Sword of Coming Chapter 1061. Years apart from the palace. The stork tower on the shore, the dragon stone resting in the water. Wu Shuangjiang personally entertained the guests and went out to greet the three masters and apprentices, who came quietly. Ascension Realm Sword Cultivator, Female Ghost Fairy Treasure Scale, one of the 10 candidates in the Qingming world. Walking by the river together, Wu Shuangjiang had already used the means of isolating the heaven and the earth to prevent the partition wall from having ears. Of course, the wall was a little thick. One side was the Suiju Palace and the other was by Yujing. Baolin said indifferently, "Palace Wu, they are my new disciples, Lu Yi and Qiu Yi. After so many years, only 2 of them have been accepted, and they will be handed over to you in the future." The eyes of the 2 young sword repairers were full of curiosity when they saw the famous Suiqiu Palace master. There is no fear on the face, after all, they are the direct disciples of Baolin. Master dares to fight with the really invincible sword game after game. As an apprentice, you can't just shrink when you see a great cultivator of the 14th realm. Wu Shuangjiang nodded with a smile, "I will personally preach for them. In the future, when they have the ability to protect themselves, they will be able to start a sect. There will be 2 mountains and 2 paths, one for swordsmanship and one for swordsmanship. Fu Formation. With the Fu Lu Formation, I can barely make it into the hole. Compared to the handful of Taoist priests on the mountain who rely on this for food, I am certainly inferior, but if I want to say that I am among the best in the world, it is still possible. In terms of Qiu's meaning, it is more suitable for cultivating the talisman formation, and Lu Yi can concentrate on practicing swords." Baolin took out a secret book from his sleeve that had been treasured for many years, and said, "You must teach Qiu these meanings." Wu Shuangjiang took over and said with a smile, "The ugly words are in the front, of course I can teach, and I can guarantee that it is no worse than someone who teaches in person, but the problem is that with Qiu's implied aptitude, he may not be able to learn all of it because of his poor mind and years in the mountains. Yes, it is estimated to be 70% to 80% of the heat. But when the mountain is established in the future, Qiu Yi's talisman array will be incense, and it's enough to accept a good apprentice." In the days when Bai Yujing had only 3 cities and 6 floors, Qingming had 4 close friends who walked the world together. Yu Dou, Lu Changzhou, dirty Taoist, who is proficient in talismans, Xing Lu, a formation master with the Taoist name Tianqi, and a female sword fairy, Baolin. As a result, Yu Dou became the second disciple of Daozu, and finally entered Bai Yujing as the second headmaster. And now the predecessor of the owner of Ziki Building, Jiang Zhaomo, is Lu Changzhou. So the secret book that Baolin gave to Wu Shuangjiang today, the Taoist method contained in it, is naturally the lifelong effort of the formation master Xing Lu. Baolin asked with a heartfelt voice, "Wu Shuangjiang, you said last time that in order to shake the foundation of Bai Yujing, you need at least 3 cultivators of the 14th realm with enough killing power, and you must be prepared to never return. Can't you tell me the truth? Besides you, there is also Xian Duguan Sun Huaizhong, who is the last person." Wu Shuangjiang shook his head and said, "Sun Guanzhu is not among the 3. The implication was that Gao Gu, whose Taoist name was Juyue, was among the 3. Baolin sighed faintly and asked, "I have a personal grudge with him, so you can count, Sun Guanzhu and Gao Gu seem to be." Wu Shuangjiang shook his head, "Only you and I are the kind of pure personal enmity, not Daoist Sun and Palace Master Gao." Baolin was too lazy to get to the bottom of it. Since he had made up his mind, he didn't care about it. Although Gao Gu had many disciples, he had no children in this life, and the little disciple he had high hopes for was from the Hongnong Yang clan in Yuzhou, and Gao Gu always regarded him as his own. And Zuanduguan's son Daichang's junior brother and junior nephew, especially the relationship between senior sister Wang's son and her junior brother, even the sword cultivator Baolin, who likes to inquire about the news on the mountain the least, has heard of it. Although the heaven and the earth are isolated, Jiang Feng still blows his face, gently brushing the hair on the temples of the female sword immortal, a pair of autumn eyes, and his eyes are very firm. This female sword immortal at the peak of the Ascension realm, even if she is a ghost, still loves the Taoist companion deeply. Wushuangjiang turned to look at the river flowing eastward. Soldiers are in the form of water, they avoid high and go down, and in the form of soldiers, they avoid the real and attack the virtual. The world is no longer a one-man world. Then it's hard to say who's in the world next. Daozu left the way, and the name of the great headmaster Ko has not returned. He is really invincible. Yudo Abbot Bai Yujing has been in business for 100 years. Lu Chen has not yet woken up from his dream. Indispensable. Wushuangjiang smiled and said, "If Yudo is not invincible enough, I have spent so much time planning for so many years, so deliberately targeting him, but I never dared to fight him head-on. Isn't it better than the clown jumping on the beam?" People all over the world use "really invincible" to talk about things, just because the only one who can criticize Yudo is this matter. What's more, the nickname "really invincible" was originally given to Yudo by the outside world, not Yudo's self-proclaimed name. Aware of the vision outside the sky, Baolin looked complicated and asked curiously, "I know that Jing Juzhong from Beta Sheng is very powerful, but is he really that powerful? How powerful is Jing Juzhong? If he doesn't become his enemy, he will never know the truth." Wushuangjiang didn't raise his head and smiled. "Dao Axian, Dao Fa. Fighting Axian, fighting strength. Mr. Zhang is very good at it. Treasure scales are only silent." Wushuangjiang said, "Daoist Baolin, since you are an ally of sincere cooperation, I will take you to a place where we are in the palace. For so many years, it seems that no one has been there except Xiao Bai. Church in Stork Tower, the threshold here is much higher." Baolin nodded. "It's good to have a long experience." Wushuangjiang took the first step, followed by Baolin, and in the vast white mist, he came to a secret landscape of mountains and rivers, and there was not even a trace of spiritual energy in the small world. As for the two young sword cultivators who looked like a pair of beautiful people, they were left in place. A small mountain, not high, surrounded by clouds and fog, there is a shop at the foot of the mountain, and a radiant but dim-eyed old man is sitting at the table, basking in the sun and smoking a dry cigarette. Wushuangjiang smiled and explained to Baolin, "The name of this mountain is a match. This shop is called the Engagement Shop. It is the first in the world. It's been a long time. There is a canopy bed with exquisite workmanship and extremely cumbersome work in the house. Wushuangjiang personally creates a small part every year, carefully sculpting it, and can't be in a hurry. It was one of the dowries he prepared for his daughter." Wushuangjiang greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Kai, the distinguished guest next to me is Jianqiu Treasure Scale." The old man surnamed Kai glanced at Treasure Scale, sighed softly, looked pitiful, and said slowly, "It's rare to see a woman as deeply rooted as you." Baolin didn't know how to answer for a while. She is not the kind of cultivator who is knowledgeable and knowledgeable. She has only concentrated on practicing swords all her life, so the old man surnamed Kai, who knows about the matchmaking mountain engagement shop, is no different from not knowing. Wushuangjiang took out a satin bag overflowing with precious light from his sleeve and placed it lightly on the table. Bai Yujing has been keeping an eye on it in recent years, so the harvest is mediocre. The old man glanced at the bag and nodded. "It doesn't matter, it's enough to have the hair of a woman in a colorful world. Blue silk is one thing, and it never counts." Having said this, the old man raised his eyes and looked at Balin's bun. The old man's turbid eyes suddenly shone brightly, as if seeing a treasure. Wushuangjiang smiled and said, "Friend Baolin, are you willing to cut a strand of blue silk and give it to Mr. Kai?" Baolin actually did not doubt Wushuangjiang's intentions at all, and did not ask the other party to ask for the use of his hair. He directly put his fingers together, cut a strand of blue silk, and placed it on the table. It is necessary to know that the soul, flesh and blood, and even the hair and nails of the cultivator, once fall into the hands of the enemy, it will easily lead to an unpredictable catastrophe. Wu Shuangjiang and Bao Lin were sitting at the table. The old man had already put away the satin bag full of the woman's hair and a strand of blue silk from Bao Lin. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, Mr. Kai used to be the ancient who was in charge of the marriage book in the human world. His status is not high, but what Mr. Kai is in charge of is to hold that red thread. For us men and women, it doesn't matter whether it's important or not. It is self-evident. And women's blue silk is love, and it is one of several key materials used by Mr. Kai to refine the red thread. Of course a rope would be better. In fact, Wu Shuangjiang didn't say enough detail. The world's crazy men and women, or from love to hate, can be refined into red ropes, but the quality of men's hair is not as good as women's. In addition, Qingxi has years. The deeper the affection and the longer the years, the higher the rank. But there is a paradox here. First of all, the 100-year longevity of the common man under the mountain is a rare old age. Furthermore, how to ensure that a love and nostalgia will not change from thick to thin with the passage of time? Secondly, Qi practitioners on the mountain are often pure-hearted and have few desires, and the men and women who become Taoist couples on the mountain use deep and shallow love, not because they are immortals, they are not deeper, but they are not necessarily comparable to men and women on the market, so they are like treasures. Scales and Qing Quan, who is now practicing swords at Xialongxi, are really rare. Mr. Kai hesitated. Wu Shuangjiang nodded and smiled and said, if I could have obtained the blue silk of Taoist Baolin Daoist earlier, the red thread that was held back then would have been unknowingly, maybe it was a fluke. Baolin wondered, Palace Master Wu and Mr. Kai originally wanted to help those two great cultivators lead the red line. With a smile on his face, Wu Shuangjiang said with a heartfelt voice, the female crown Wuzhou with the Taoist name Taiyin, and the Taoist priest Lu Yan of the Taoist Chunyang. One is a female cultivator of the 14th realm who is famous for her killing power in the Qingming world, and the other is a wandering Taoist priest who quit the 14th realm by herself. Mr. Kai glanced at Balin's bun, twitched the corners of his mouth, and hesitated. Wu Shuangjiang couldn't help laughing and said, if you really want to act in such a risky way, I am afraid that you will be wronged Baolin Daoist friend, and you will not have to go out for at least 10 years. Baolin didn't think there was anything in this, just curiously asked, why didn't you tell me directly? Wu Shuangjiang said, it was a risky act, and I just said a fluke. If you are not careful, you will make an enemy and end up in a self-defeating dismal end. Wuzhou and Lu Yan, whoever provokes them, will not feel good, not to mention or two at the same time. Besides, you and I were not allies back then, so I don't want to owe you a great favor. Besides, you are a sword cultivator, and the city is shallow, and the means of concealing the secret has always been a shortcoming. Sui and I, it is easy to lose the big because of the small. Baolin smiled and said, Palace Master Wu just said I was stupid. Wu Shuangjiang nodded, Jianxiu doesn't have to be too smart can't become a pure swordsman. Baolin sighed, Palace Master Wu, how dare you think about it? That Lu Yan, whose Taoist name is Chunyang, has only heard some unconfirmed rumors. But the temperament of this mother-in-law Wuzhou is known to the world, and you, Wu Shuangjiang, dare to calculate. I'm really not afraid that the Suichou Palace will be directly smashed by the magic weapon like rain. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, cultivation on the mountain has always been a case of starving the timid to death. There are occasional exceptions, as long as it is not an exception. If it is true that the boat has been made, the Chunyang Lu Yan, who realizes it later, has a tenacious Taoism, and maybe he can cut love with a sword and become a Taoist partner with Wuzhou. But the female crown Wuzhou, but not necessarily willing to break the marriage, maybe even pinching the nose to thank Wushuangjiang's Old Man of the Month, and lead the red line. Bao Lin said helplessly, "This kind of thing, you can say it." Wu Shuangjiang said, "Yu Dou just doesn't care about fighting anyone because of his high Dao strength." Bao Lin felt a little awkward. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "It is said that a long-term illness becomes a doctor, and a long-term enemy becomes a confidant." Ordinary Qi practitioners may later hear about Jing Juzhong and Yu Dou asking about it, and they may even joke about it. He is really invincible with his sword on his back and wearing a feather coat. Caught Fangting on Hanging Mountain upside down, he didn't dare to go to the Sword Qi Great Wall to see Qin Qingdu, but now even a junior like Jing Juzhong, with a difference of 3,000 years in Taoist age, dared to provoke and fight. But it is precisely Wu Shuangjiang, a great mountain cultivator, who is destined to fight with you endlessly. He is also in the 14th realm. Instead, he has been careful and has been planning for a long time. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "Besides cultivating Taoism, when I have nothing to do, I once played a few games of addition and subtraction." Treasure Scale said, "All ears are listening." Wu Shuangjiang didn't sell out. It was said that in the wild world, the most recognized existence by Qi practitioners on the mountain was Bai Zhe, who ranked first. But the second one is more interesting. It is not any of the old throne monsters, nor is it the co-owner Wei Ran, but the sword cultivator. But because there are many people who admire Bai Zhe, and there are also many people who hate Bai Zhe, after adding and subtracting the two, the resulting number, or the ratio, cannot keep a distance from Shouqin. As for Haoran world, those who practice Qi on the mountain and gain the most people's hearts are even more interesting. It's not evenly Sheng, but Bai Diqingzheng is in the middle. It is only said that there are many people in the world who are not listed in the genealogy, and in their hearts, they sincerely regard the White Emperor city as the only holy place in their hearts. There are very few Qi cultivators who hate Jing Juzhong, and there are very few cultivators in the entire world, and there are even very few genealogy cultivators who really dislike Bai Disheng and Jing Juzhong. However, there is no hatred for the sages, but there are naturally many Qi practitioners who hate the red tape and heavy rules. This kind of inner rejection of the rules and the Confucian temple must of course be counted on the head of the sages, which leads to Li Sheng, who came in second, was far behind Jing Juzhong. In the Qingming world, after the big headmaster Ko Ming disappeared, there was no Taoist official who had the aspirations of Jing Juzhong or Bai Zhe. Lu Qin can be ranked first, but the gap with the next 9 people is not too big. It is only said that the latter can be roughly equal to the headmaster Lu of Bai Yujing. Bao Lin wondered, what's the point of calculating this? Wu Shuangjiang said with a smile, so it's just a little game of playing the light and yin. Although Kai Dao Huang seemed expressionless, his mood was extremely complicated. Games. Back then, Lizhu Dongtian in half of my hometown was just such a little game that finally decided who was the one. It was decided that Qingtong Tianjun placed the last person left at the gambling table. But at that time, the old man who opened a wedding shop in the small town dared to reveal this secret for his grandson who foamed under the eyes of Qingtong Tianjun. Every new-born child in the town, the dragon kiln will burn a zodiac porcelain. Cast the lot first. This has been divided into good and bad life. But this does not determine the final result. Gotta be tough. Before Lizhu Cave fell to the ground, it was a quiz. After falling to the ground, connecting with heaven and earth is the big test. Qi practitioners who have attained the Tao in the world can Tao transform countless magical powers and wonders and visions, and influence the people of the world to varying degrees with their Tao power. So people really won't push back and come together as one. If it really doesn't work, why does the Yaya Peak here work hard, the women's sundial carving, in the wild world, the ferryman in the Haoran world who was different from the most holy ancestors in the past, why does it exist? Bao Lin asked, after joining the 14 realms, what is the scenery like? Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, "It's not enough for outsiders." Baolin asked again, "There is only one way to join the road." Wu Shuangjiang pointed to the heights, and asked back, "The ready-made examples are in the sky, what do you think?" Baolin asked again, "The real body, the yin god, and the outer body of the yang god, at most, take 3 avenues to the top at the same time." Wu Shuangjiang shook his head and said, "It can only be explained that there are at most 3 selves of the 14 realms. From a standalone perspective, if a bridge is built between 2 avenues, the roads can also be combined, or it can be described as the confluence of 2 rivers. I have always suspected that this is the earliest meaning of the saying of combining the Tao, so the road that fits with the Tao must be the more the better. For example, the master of the Bishao cave, the road of combining the Tao cannot be classified into a single category. The reason why it is considered to be the most inferior of the 3 ways of combining Tao is that it is the most restrictive and the most deadly. Not the other way around. However, the number of roads that each cultivator of the 14th realm can take under his feet has nothing to do with the killing power of the cultivator after he joins the path. The road to reconciliation is also divided into old and new. One of the 10 heroes of the ancient world, there is a female Xiao Lan Qi, who is the founder of the world's fortune-telling masters. Therefore, in later generations, there was a saying that the arsenal forbids soldiers and is located in Lanqi. Lanqi is a female nun, and so is Wuzhou. This female crown actually turned herself into a natal thing. Human appearance is empty, and the shape is between the most human and the gods. And one of the 10 heroes, there is still a Qi trainer who took the lead in practicing the ghost way. He is the first ghost in the world. And Su Jun is a ghost. Jiren have their own heaven. Just like at the end of a certain road, there is a vacant seat, waiting for a Qi practitioner in the future to take a seat. Another example is the careful initiative to give way to the scale. Baolin asked, "Senior Kai, take the liberty to ask, how did you view this world back then? Even if it is a female sword immortal who is among the candidates in the world, today's treasure scale is more like a Meng Tong who finally met 2 old schoolboys, full of questions, wanting to solve the puzzle and get the answer. There's nothing rude not to be rude." But after being beheaded, he had a long period of confusion. Before that, he had made an agreement with the patriarch of the 3 sects not to implicate the Tao companions, and they agreed. Later, after recovering to a certain degree of spiritual clarity, he learned that she had gone crazy and was still in the human world, to be precise, the underworld, causing a major disaster, and then she died on her own. What kind of calculations are taught by the patriarch, not to mention the little master and the Mr. Sanshan Joho, who can prove that there is no conspiracy in this matter, so he just asks her whereabouts, but the little master is good, even Mr. Sanshan Joho neither gave any answers. In fact, he knew very well that the higher the realm of Qi practitioners, the more difficult it would be for them to die. The man looked down at her, "But you suffer, I'm sad." She smiled sweetly, "It's always difficult to think about it. For example, still seeing you, a man whom she still can't remember for a while, probably owes it to this seemingly murderous and punishing forbidden place. If there is no place to live, there will be no place for her to stand in the world, regardless of the yin and yang worlds." The man said solemnly, "I don't care about that. I don't care if they have thousands of reasons." The woman lifted the arm that was holding the bamboo basket and smiled softly, "I don't know why, there is always a drop of water in the bamboo basket. I don't know how many years have passed, neither increase nor decrease." The man was startled, and he fixed his eyes on it. Daoxing was as tall as a man, and he still needed to pay attention to it to find that there was indeed a drop of water in the bamboo basket. The man carefully stretched out his hand, condensed the drop of water on his fingertips, and then lightly tapped on the woman's eyebrows. A drop of water scattered like a lotus flower between the woman's eyebrows. In an instant, her figure swayed, and the man stretched out his hand to help her stand firm, and let her sit on the ground and rest for a while. The man stood up, took a deep breath, faced the west, put his hands together, lowered his head, and murmured with a sincere heart, "Thank you Bodhisattva, great mercy and great compassion, help the suffering." Qingming World, Yuzhou. Difei Mountain, Huayang Palace. There is a young Taoist priest near the Zushi Hall on the top of the mountain. He practiced here all the year round, and closed his family to write a book. When he was young, the Taoist priest planted a pine tree with his hands, and the bark had already become dragon scales. Today, the Taoist priest with the skills in his face called 3 direct disciples. The older ones are nearly 3,000 years old, and the younger ones are only 100 years old. They are named Yin Xian, Nanqiang, and Gaofu. Yin Xian is a fairyland, and is the largest Suiwei palace lord in Difei Mountain except the ancestral court Huayang Palace. The southern wall of the female crown is the spectator of the Demugwen, the bottleneck of the jade purity realm, and the sword repairer. Gao Fu is the youngest and the lowest in realm, but he has been stagnant in the nascent soul realm for many years, and he does not have any secular positions or titles in Difei Mountain and Huayang Palace. But when Gao Fu formed the alchemy that year, he was led by the master to the top of the mountain and planted a young pine tree with his own hands. In addition to the 3 direct descendants, there is also an outsider. It was a tall young Taoist priest who walked out of the library on the other side of Huayang Palace's Zushi Hall. There are 10,000 volumes of books in the building, and 3,000 years of ancient times can be seen in the mountains. The book building is called Wanjunlu. It is the reading place of the first-generation patriarch of Huayang Palace. To say that the collection of books is 10,000 scrolls, it is a rich collection of books at the foot of the mountain, but it seems to be nothing on the mountain. However, all the secrets in the building are spiritual books on the mountain. Of course, most of them are Taoist books with different versions and the same content. Even so, they are still extremely impressive. Therefore, the hanging plaque is spectacular in the world, which is worthy of the name. In addition, the top floor of the Wanwan Tower is also the entrance to the 6th cave, so the unfamiliar face of this Daifishan mountain, in return for reading books, is to be a gatekeeper. But in fact, who dares to trespass on the ground Long Mountain? Even if someone dares, how many people can walk to the top of the mountain alive and stand outside the library? From this, it can be seen that the palace lord, Gao Gu, did not regard this outsider as an outsider at all. Under the shade of the stone table, the 4 of them just sat on one side. It was the first time for Yin Xian and the others to see this high priest. If the master does not reveal his identity, no one dares to inquire and explore. Wearing the most common cotton Taoist robe, I am afraid that even the most unknown Taoist temples, the so-called permanent Taoists who have not yet been awarded the Taoist temple, can afford to wear them. Gao Gu said indifferently, "Old Zuxiguan Taoist priest, alias Mao Ju, Taoist name White Bone." The 3 direct disciples were instantly horrified, and their heartstrings tightened. Although the number of 10 candidates for this year's Qingming World is indeed a bit large, no one feels that any Taoist priest on the list is not enough. In fact, many of the candidates this time have been among the top 10 in history, or are recognized as having the strength to be selected, but they have not been included in the evaluation for various reasons. And the only candidate on this list who only has a Dao number but no real name is the real White Bone. The most interesting thing is that the whole Qingming world, and even all the world, the mountain knows that this White Bone real person is one of the 5 dreams of the Baiyu Jinglu headmaster. Gao Gu asked straight to the point, "Mao Jue, who do you think is suitable for the current mountain master?" Mao Ju said calmly, "The mountain master. Not the palace master of Huayang Palace." Gao Gu said, "It's the chief of the mountain. If you just want to be the owner of the Earth Lung Mountain, the south wall is relatively suitable." Mao Ju said bluntly, "Gao Fu has enough qualifications, in fact, it is better than Nanqiang, but it is a pity that Gao Fu's Dao heart is too weak and can't stand a little turbulence. My heart is broken, or when I meet the surnamed Wu in the Suichou Palace, it is even more pitiful. I am afraid that I can't even figure out who I am. Yin Xian carefully glanced at Shizhuan. Is it really okay for outsiders to say that little brother? The female crown Nanxiang heard that the legendary white-boned real person actually recommended himself as the mountain owner. His Taoism did not fluctuate much, but he was just curious. For the Taoist couple. Otherwise, a Jade Realm, the mountain owner of the local Feishan mountain. Thank you for being able to figure it out. As for Yin Xian, she is too old and her realm is too low. Apart from respecting teachers and respecting Taoism, at least in my opinion, it is useless. Yin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Mao Zhu turned his head, and said a few words of disrespect to himself, but God Tianjun didn't care at all. Never thought that the hair cone began to belittle the younger brother again. Gao Fu's cultivation is so unbearable, it's your fault that you are too incompetent as a master, always absent-minded, unwilling to carve him carefully, playing less boards. Gao Fu has only heard and seen the wind and rain outside, young and energetic, eyes higher than the top, 100 years of practice, too smooth. Many others hold him stinky feet, forget about it. In fact, he is young, he is already full of rottenness, like a piece of stinky tofu, all day long. I don't think by Yu Jingzhang. Feng Hai was just like that. He just felt that Qin Yingguan of the Great Wall of Sword Qi might not be worthy of his name. I don't know how Gao Fu died. If I can return to the mountain alive, I can give Gao Fu a few bangs and apologize. Later, when he walks out the door, I can lie on the ground and pave the way for him with my hands, my boots stained. Dust, even if the sincerity of my apology is not enough. In the peaceful and prosperous world, there is nothing, just hide in the mountains and practice peacefully, occupy a cave as a dojo, and get an ascension realm, and then go out to suffer losses. It is not too easy to die. But once the troubled times come, he will be the mountain chief. It's okay to be beaten to death by a slap, but I'm afraid that the entire Defei Mountain and Huayong Palace will be affected and turn into an old almanac. Gao Gu, I'm just wondering, what do you think? You always like to compare him with some other disciple. How can a living person compare with a dead person? When Mao Zhui said this, he smiled and said, I'm done, you can go back and read. As for Gao Fu, who was said to be more useless than his senior brother Yin Xian, he was not angry, but just faced the other side of the mountain with grievances on his face. Yes. He is not a fool. How could he not know how absent-minded Mao Zhui said about Master? It is true, Master just likes to compare him with that little brother who died. From the first day he went up the mountain to cultivate, it was like this from the beginning. So many of the small mistakes were actually intentional by Gao Fu. He just wanted to say a few more words to the master, even if he was scolded a few times, but it would not make the master feel disappointed in him. Hair Cone was about to stand up. Gao Gu said, then let Gao Fu be the mountain master. Mao Zhu laughed angrily. What a lonely man, since you already have a conclusion in your heart, are you wasting my saliva? Gao Gu smiled and said, just listen to what an outsider says. Mao Zhui stood up and gave Gao Gu a thumbs up. Gao, if I want to let Lao Tzu fart in the future, even if I am a fool. Gao Gu smiled and said, the choice of the mountain master is already available. The new palace master of Huayong Palace, Palace Master Mao, why don't you sit down and talk more? Mao Zhu stared at the lone man, and after making sure that the other party was not joking, he sat down again and asked softly, why is this? Gao Gu stood up, the three of you continue to chat, I have something to do. Yin Xian, follow me down the mountain and chat as you walk. Yin Xian's eyes were flushed, she stood up, and bowed her head. This disciple respects the law of the master. The two masters and apprentices walked down Zufing together. Yin Xian said in a trembling voice, Master, it's all because of the stupidity of the disciples. To this day, they still haven't been able to certify and ascend. Gao Gu said indifferently, the Taoist only talks about the level of the realm, which is meaningless. For so many years, inside and outside the Difei mountain, you have been doing things, and there are some things that are wrong. There are more things that you do well, and there are disciples like you, is the blessing of being a teacher. Yin Xian would rather not hear these heartwarming words, even if it is a few decades and hundreds of years later. It is better that Yin Xian will not hear such words in his life. Even if the disciple is gone, the master is still there. Gao Gu smiled, stretched out his hand and patted the arm of the disciple next to him a few times. Master is such a cold-faced and stubborn person who likes to make trouble with himself and outsiders. You disciples, you can only take more care of yourself. Already. Yin Xian suddenly burst into tears and couldn't help herself. She was actually struggling. She just wanted to stabilize her mind, strengthen her spirit, and accompany her master down the mountain. Unexpectedly, Gao Gu patted the disciple on the shoulder, then took the lead to sit on the steps and said with a smile, Yin Xian, accompany master to see the old scenery. Gao Gu patted his knees, raised his head and smiled. A human body is rare, and a good sword will not die in a box. The eyes are as big as the sky, the moon is dark and the wind is high at night, covering the nose and the stinky and rotten field of the world. Yin Xian, don't let this lung-like mountain become such a field that will only cover the noses of passers-by. The spirit of cultivating the Tao and the fairy spirit of attaining the Tao must of course have it, chivalrous spirit, and warm stomach. You are willing to go to the quagmire outside the mountains to fight a few vulgarities and courage. You must cherish such fools, protect the Tao well, and let the realm of this group of Taoist priests in Huayang Palace be higher and higher. Difei Mountain is recognized as an excellent dojo. It is the first of the 72 blessed places and has a sixth cave, one of the 36 small caves. The spiritual qi outside the mountain gathers into a rolling sea of clouds, and when it is retracted and released, it is like a human breath. The Tianshi Mansion in Haoren-Longhu Mountain is as famous as the Huayang Palace in Qingming Difei Mountain. It is also the only one in the world of Gaoxian, and the plumes are gathered. In Difei Mountain, there are more than 800 buildings of various sizes, such as palaces and pavilions, altars on terraces, Maoan Daoyuan and Danjing bridges. There are as many as 9,999 houses in total. During temple fairs, there are hundreds of thousands of good men and women who come here to pray for blessings, eliminate disasters, and burn incense to fulfill their vows. The current owner of Difei Mountain and the palace owner of Huayang Palace is one of the 10 people in the Qingming world, Gao Gu with the Taoist name Juyue. In fact, in the history of Difei Mountain, there have been incidents of overwhelming guests and masters. There was a Taoist temple that overwhelmed Huayang Palace and snatched the title of Mountain Master. It was only when Gao Gu took over as Palace Master that he regained the title of Mountain Master for his own Dao lineage. Today, in the realm of the Earth-Lung Mountains, a gate has been opened, and stepping into it is another Earth-Lung Mountain. It is Gao Gu's great supernatural powers, which can transform the real world into a small world. This cave inside the gate is like the tens of thousands of Taoist officials in the mountains have been migrated. Except for the patriarchal halls of the various palaces in the mountain, the rest of the buildings, scenes, and even the orderly circulation of heaven and earth aura have nothing to do with the truth. No difference. If a cultivator cultivates qi here, it will have real effects, but as long as he walks out of the gate, he will fall into a bamboo basket and draw water to an empty end. Qi practitioners outside the Dailong Mountains have been climbing through the door one after another today. Before going up the mountain, there will be a Taoist priest of Huayang Palace at the door, who will distribute an elixir to each outsider. Of course, you can refuse to accept it, but regardless of their status and realm, almost all Taoist officials who come from afar will silently accept the elixir and fight it again. He bowed his head as a thank you and returned gift to Huayang Palace. Difei Mountain Huayang Palace has established a set of rules for the patriarchal hall since the first generation of patriarchs established a sect. The mountain masters of later generations need to hold a Taoist meeting every jiazi. The monks are not limited by their status, as long as they are not the kind of vicious people, they can come. Daifishan listened to the preaching of the master of Huayang Palace. At the same time, every outside Qi practitioner who entered the Earth-Lung Mountain realm could obtain a rare medicinal pill secretly made by Huayang Palace for free. Therefore, in the 14 states of Qingming in history, many Qi practitioners, especially the low-level Shan Zai Xiu and Xiao Guadaguan, most of them are purely for the medicine that is invaluable to them, made a special trip to Difei Mountain. At the same time, there are also Taoist officials with good qualifications who just lacked an immortal fate. After listening to the preaching of the master of Huayang Palace in Difei Mountain, they overcame difficulties on the way of cultivation, broke through the bottleneck, and they were like broken bamboo and brave and diligent. When it was passed on to Gao Gu, the Dao society expanded in scale and was classified. For the lower 5 realms, the middle 5 realms and the upper 5 realms, there would be a Dao meeting for each jiazi. So within 60 years, Gao Gu will personally preside over a Taoist meeting every 20 years. But the most surprising thing is that Gao Gu's preaching method is suspected of being impersonal. Because every time Gao Gu taught the Daoist method to the practitioners of the lower 5 realms, he only talked about the practice tips of the middle 5 realms, and preached to the practitioners of the middle 5 realms, but he talked about the cultivation scenery of the upper 5 realms. Qi practitioners, teaching careers and solving doubts, turned to talk about the key points of Taoism in the lower 5 realms. In the early days when Gao Gu became the owner of Difei Mountain, because of his inconsistency, he attracted countless criticisms to Huayang Palace, but over time, in addition, every Taoist meeting will be presented with unique secret elixir of different ranks. Therefore, even if the teaching method is false and useless for one's own practice, the medicine pill is real. Even if he doesn't need it, it doesn't matter if he converts it to sell for money, or gives it to the younger generation. Fortunately, Gao Gu is recognized as the #1 alchemist in the Qingming world. Otherwise, the loss of this medicinal pill alone would not be able to toss any top sect except the Baiyujing. When Gao Lone sits on the steps, in fact, there is still a Gao Gaiang, standing in the corridor on the top floor of the Wanwan building, leaning on the railing with another real person with white bones. Because it is already in the 14th realm over the years, Gao Gu has occasionally gone out, but it is not the true body of Yin, Yang and Xin. Gao Gu said, Yaxing once said that the master said, I am good at raising aura. Therefore, that swordsman A Liang can improve a kind of sword energy for 18 stops. Yaxing had traveled the Qingming world for many years, and finally took the Yuanyu from here. The White Bone Master nodded and said, on the one aspect of Qi refining, Yaxing is the top expert, and even if it is made public, other than Confucian scholars, the higher the monk's realm, the less he can learn. I don't know how that Liang did it, let him sword cultivators can learn it. Baigu Jinren asked curiously, your method of combining Tao is not relying on alchemy, right? Gao Gu said, it doesn't count, it doesn't count. The White Bone Master stomped his feet lightly and asked in doubt, isn't it really refining this? Gaogu Road is called Juyue. In the world of Qingming, mountain transport is far more than water transport. Taking Difei Mountain as an ancestral dragon mountain range, refining Difei Mountain and the many branches that spread out. Gao Gu smiled and said, if such a big disturbance is really going to happen, will Bai Yujing just let it go? Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Bai Gu Jinren didn't ask any more. After all, the less the outside world knows about the path of the 14th realm cultivator, the better. Gao Gu asked, if you want to cut off Lu Chen's road to the 15th realm, and you can become yourself without any worries, what will you do? The White Bone Master reached out and stroked the railing, silent for a moment, then slowly said, painting a scoop according to the gourd, learning from the eldest sword immortal and the old blind man in the wild world, and entering the 14th realm on Leap Moon Peak, relying on the hard work of martial arts, getting a share can be unreasonable. The great avenues sheltered him, steadily stabilized his realm, and continuously transformed the surrounding heaven and earth, becoming a climate, forming a situation where the tale could not be lost, such as a beautiful face, with an extra scar. The major sects, in the 14 states of Qingming, rose up one after another, and kept breaking away from the Taoist officials. Genealogical ultimatum, independent portal, and completely draw a clear line with Baiyujing, relying on this. Seems to be trying to say the most apt metaphor. Gao Gu answered and said, cut the world. Previously in the Bright Moon, the master of Bixiao had a candid review and discussion with his nephew Lu Qin. How difficult is it to kill Lu Qin? One-person Taoist method separates the 5 dreams and 7 hearts, how spectacular the weather is. But earlier, Chen Pingan's seemingly unintentional school book statement just hit Lu Chen's weakness. For 3,000 years, relying on a white jade capital, Lu Chen has always been aloof and independent from heaven and earth. The Qingming world is like a Taoist book, and Lu Chen, who goes with the flow, can read the contents of the book at will, and can also close it at will. This is the advantage of a book turner, but once Lu Chen has to enter the game in person, it is like becoming a book writer who does not stop writing. Just like the entire Qingming world, it will be a quagmire that Lu Chen is deeply immersed in. No matter how advanced Lu Chen's Taoism is, no matter how many methods you have, what you do is wrong in the end. There is no solution to this deadly situation, and there is no solution. Even if the general situation in the world can be flat, only Lu Chen has a Taoist heart. In the market, some people have a cleanliness addiction, or an extremely powerful obsessive-compulsive disorder that belongs to self-restraint. For cultivators, the pursuit of a flawless Tao heart is actually the greatest habit of cleanliness. The female crown Wuzhou, Gao Gu, Sun Huaizhong of Zuanduguan, Wu Shuangjiang of Suichugong, Zhenxian Baolin, etc. These great cultivators who are very uneasy with Baiyujing, actually have a good relationship with Lu Qin. Lu Chen has no real enemies in this world. Yudo, who can stop killing by killing, correcting mistakes, has nothing to do with his own Taoism, can wear cassocks, carry an immortal sword, or appear in the 14 states or sit in Baiyujing. By virtue of this merit, he has reached the 15th realm. But only Lu Chen can't do it, and he can't go this way. If it is said that De Zhangjiao Ko Ming's Wu Wei is a kind of transformation that best fits the Taoist ancestors' great achievements, but Lu Chen actually has a very subtle difference between the Daoist and the Master Taozu. As long as the world is in chaos, you Lu Chen, as long as you have the height of your own Taoism, cannot be higher than the Taoist ancestor as a master. After all, Lu Chen is still a Taoist official in Baiyujing. How to make up for the position left by Taoist ancestors in the 15th realm? In the Mingyue Dojo, the master of the Bixiao cave once had a deduction of the avenues, each thread pulling each other, from the point to the line, from the line to the plane. If he followed the line of the old Guanju, the entire Qingming world in Lu Chen's heart was a beautiful woman who was originally a peerless beauty. When he woke up, he became a woman with a pockmarked face. On the final chessboard, in addition to Gao Gu, the great cultivator who was destined to fight with Baiyujing and Yudo, there were also Li Piafeng who worked hard, Yashan Lin Jiangxian, Shanhei Jiangqing, Su Mian, and the remnant of the rice thief Wang Yuanlu. Zhang Fenghai, who broke away from Baiyujing and established his own business, Yao Qing, the elegant minister of the Qingshan dynasty, and Chao Gu, who was re-examined by the road name. They will all be enemies of Baiyujing and Lu Qin. If this chessboard is erected like a wall, it is a terrifying and disgusting scabbard wall that blocks Lu Chen's road. However, Lu Qin can't continue on the road unless he breaks the wall. Almost everyone can't use their strength to support one of the biggest ideas in their hearts. The eyes are high and the hands are low. For example, I am, and so are you, fellow Taoist. You can do what you want. Over the past 10,000 years, after reading history, there are only a handful of them, wild and thorough, thoughtful, omnipotent. Thin the world and fatten your own way, and then go to the sky and leave. You will still be able to feeding back the wilderness. Beta Shengzheng is in the middle, and he clearly believes in the magic way. It is estimated that he will soon be able to accomplish a feat that has not been seen in 10,000 years. Selfishness, I'm afraid the consequences will be unimaginable. Among the younger generation, it seems that there are only Fei Ran and Zhang Fenghai, and Su Jun can only be considered half of them. Baigu Zhenren finally interjected, isn't there another famous hidden official of the last generation, Qin Shi? Not even in the eyes of fellow Taoists? Gao Gu smiled and shook his head, he is too womanly, kind-hearted and soft-hearted. Of course, with such a person, the more the world, the better. Of course, he is still very young after all, he is really too young, so what will he do in the future and what he will achieve in the future? How tall is it? You can wait and see, fellow Taoist. By Yujing, there are still more fights to win, and more fights to lose. In the world of Qingming, if there is no mistake, it is Yudo, and if there is a mistake, it is Yudo. Really heroic. 10,000 years ago, and 10,000 years later, Daozu, Yudo, someone who has not yet been identified, a real hero, there are only 3 people. Baigu Zhenren sighed, Yudo is indeed invincible. If Lu Chen is replaced by Yudo, I will obediently go back to Bai Yujing and be dispatched. Gao Gu smiled and said, it's not worth your life to be an enemy of him. In the library, the real person with white bones and the hair cone in the shade of the pine trees said, why come here almost at the same time? Gao Gu also didn't give an answer, just changed the subject and said something that could be regarded as a prophecy. Mao Zhui, I have helped you choose the first disciple of the mountain. His surname is Mao, and he ranks among the best in Thatch. He hasn't come to Defei Mountain to practice Taoism yet, you just need to wait patiently. Baigu Zhenren nodded lightly, Gao Gu, as soon as you leave, the world will become more lonely. Gao Gu smiled and said, Palace Master Mao, learn more from me. People don't tell me what to do today, unless it's a good thing to look forward to. Everything you want will come true, and your dreams can come true. Baigu Zhenren said helplessly, I can't learn it. I am a pessimistic person. Gao Gu said, Friend Daoist, you are not human, you are just a white skeleton. Baigu Zhenren became more and more helpless, Gao Gu, this joke is not funny. Gao Gu nodded, it's really not my director. The white bone reality glanced down and joked, it's not too short, it's a pity. As soon as these words came out, the white bone real person was hit by a sleeve, and flew out in an instant, a skeleton real body almost shattered on the spot, and finally stood firm, all joints creaking. In this Taoist meeting, Gao Gu, as a rule, taught Taoism to Qi practitioners in the lower 5 realms. A talk about the knowledge of the soul of ordinary masters and cultivators. The second talks about the development and collocation of those mountains of princes in the small world of Qi practitioners. 3 lectures on Bai Yujing's teaching of the sword and the theory of equal things. It seems to be different from Gao Gu's past preaching. It seems that the content of the Taoist meeting this time can be used by Qi trainers of the 3 realms. Gao Gu sat on a futon on the top of the mountain, with an incense burner in front of him. Before preaching, Gao Gu leaned forward and lit a stick of mountain incense in the copper stove with the word Xuanda engraved at the bottom, and the incense mist rose up. Rise. Thousands of Taoist priests just need to choose a random place in the Defei Mountain, with different identities, a Defei Mountain, listening to the High Guy preacher, the fairy, the ghost, and the strange. Under the mountain, there are 3 souls and 7 souls in the human body. It should be like glue. It's easy to lose your soul when you don't think deeply about something in the night. You can't stare at something during the day, it's easy to hurt your mind. The heart hides the spirit, the liver stores the soul, and the lungs store the soul. Therefore, the soul cannot fly, and the soul cannot descend. People who cultivate Tao have a small world, and they are no different from this. People who cultivate Tao have guarding the heart, refining the qi, and have for mountaineering and practice. The way is not high, it is in the heart, at the foot, and on the road. The reason why it is different from the common people is that they follow the opposite way. Therefore, there is a fasting of the heart, sitting and forgetting, holding one's breath and concentrating, breathing and exhaling spiritual energy, refining external objects and turning them into self-use, linking the two heavens and the earth, forming the golden elixir, forming the yuaning. The soul flying outside the body is the sky outside, the yin spirit travels far away. The soul descends to the heel of the foot to be a real person and breathes separately from the orifice, the yang. Spirit is implicated in the earth's veins, returning to the original and returning to the truth, rising from a bridge to the sky. There will be longevity. Just the beginning of today's preaching, like the wedge of an article. A fake earth-lung mountain, thousands of Taoist priests listened intently, and some who originally came only for medicinal pills, began to concentrate. That real earth-lung mountain, the tall lone who sat side by side with the disciple on the steps, stood up, smiled and muttered. 500 years of new ideas are advanced, and in 1,000 years they will become old again. Due to various problems, the address has been changed to please bookmark the new address to avoid getting lost. The content of the chapters in the web version is slow. Please download the iRead app to read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please download the iRead app to read the latest chapter. The new provides you with the fastest sword to come without anti-theft updates. The first 1061 chapters are free to read. Sword of Coming Chapter 1076. A generation of Zhongshan, born with a character. The country is picturesque, the characters are more romantic, and they are out of the dust table. Not to mention Xiego, even Zhang Lu Chongxing couldn't understand why Qin Pingan was nervous. Only the apprentice and Guozhujiu saw this before. In the discussion in Chunfan Zhai on the Hanging Mountain that year, Qin Pingan appeared for the first time as the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and he was not nervous at all. From start to finish, it was easy to do. No matter how small the blessed land is, it is a complete world with an orderly circulation of the great Tao. The sun and the moon rise and fall, the grass and trees wither and grow, the flowers bloom and fade, the immortals change, and the darkness flows, all in this world. What's more, Qin Pingan regards Lotus Root Blessed Land as a hometown of Lizhu Cave. Lao Guanzhu has buried many veins here, and he has not yet found out. He is waiting for Luo Pao Mountain to explore and excavate in front. Whether the trend is good or bad is all in Luo Pao Mountain, which is tied to Qin Pingan. According to the arrangement of this old Guan Daoist, all the exiled immortals who came here in the history of Ohua Blessed Land to sharpen their Taoism and play the world must pay a toll to the Taoist temple, that is, Taoism. Collect the Tao Heart of Qi practitioners into one, first gather the masters, then disperse them into 10,000, and the people in the world have their own arrangements, so these are the amazing people in the world, the people who stand out from the crowd, trying to integrate and penetrate hundreds of people. Lu Sheng, a scholar of Jiazikshu, was like this for Sui Right, the disciple he taught, Zhu Lian and Ding Ying later, Yuzhani and Chong Qiu, and Yuan Huang and Wu Jiang of the younger generation. The Taoist temple is like a Taoist tree. The earth, mountains and rivers and all sentient beings are branches, leaves, flowers and fruits. Falling is the death of all living beings, so the fruit that bears on this Tao tree is the Taoist. The overall situation has been decided, and the details need to be discussed. Big Wood View, Falling Garden. As the host of Chuchi Lake, Suijun Gonghua personally cooks tea and treats guests. Compared to the previous undercurrents in Bayou Square, even if the atmosphere in the house is not as happy as the guest of honor, it is a relief. The members who participated in this second small-scale discussion were Gao Jun, Sun Wanyan with the Taoist name Lingfu, Zhou Shuzhen who admired Lu Zhou, and Pei Xiang, the lord of the Fox Kingdom. There are only Zhong Qian, the swordsman Chao Ni, and the female master He Qizhou. In addition, the four kings and the Wuyue Shanjun were in the square outside the main hall of the Taoist temple, and the situation was a bit interesting. Beiyue Laoshenjin, who is more clumsy than Song Huaibao, whose real name is Zhang Xianshan, after becoming a god, he goes by the pseudonym Wu Qiong, and his Taoist name is Yu. Lao Shanjun plans to use his real name, just because he thinks Wu Qiong's pseudonym is not festive enough. Holding the teacup, Chen Pingon asked with a smile, "Your Majesty the Four Emperors, do you have any objection to the division of the clergy of Wuyue Mountain? If there is objection, do you have any suggestions?" The implication is that Tang Tie, Wei Yan and you can deny it, but a solution must be given. Tuoba the owner of the grassland, said, "No objection. The Great Five Mountains are not under our jurisdiction. Now they have a clear clergy and a clear division of labor, which is very good." Dongyue Mountain Lord Zhao Yuran asked, how to set the regulations of the city god pavilion in the world. For example, does the city god lord at all levels need to have the title of prince and prince that matches the jurisdiction? Zhao Yuran is not greedy for power, but he is very clear that if the temple of the city god has no real power, the matter of Dongyu's jurisdiction over the ghosts and ghosts is just empty talk. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Zhao Shanjun, I said earlier that you should discuss these specific matters behind closed doors. Luo Shen and I will not interfere today, and the same will be true tomorrow." Zhao Yuran nodded. Chen Pingon said, "There is only one thing that I have to finalize with you today, and I will try not to change it as much as possible in the future. The two temples of Wen and Wu, the main hall of the main hall, the side hall, and the side halls on both sides, are dedicated to the two sages and the sages. This is a fixed framework, and the dates and ritual specifications of the sacrifices are already made and can be copied. The head of the high school is an expert. As for who to accompany the sacrifice, of course, it is up to you to choose." Beiyue Mountain Jun Huaifu, who is in charge of the martial arts temple, asked, "The ancestral courtyard of this martial arts temple built on my mountain, the main hall master has been appointed to worship the gods, and the members who accompany the incense burners must be all peerless generals, in addition to the famous generals of various dynasties who have made great achievements in war. Can you put the martial arts masters of all dynasties in? Allow them to occupy a side hall alone." Chen Pingon smiled and nodded, "I think it's feasible." Jing Fengzhou, who is in charge of the movement of the world, asked with a smile, "Mr. Chen, the Confucian temple accompanies the sages, whether it is a Confucian master who preaches scriptures and interprets Taoism, or a pure and mellow Confucian who is well behaved. I believe that as long as the Confucian temple can uphold etiquette and help people's hearts, change customs, benefit the world, and you can enter the Confucian temple to accompany worship." Then a commoner who did not enter the official career before his death, never served as a high-ranking official in the court, but their moral articles can be left to future generations. Can literati be included in the Confucian temple's accompany? Chen Pingon thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Extraordinary people should have extraordinary encounters. It's just this kind of exception, you must be cautious and not too frequent. Once it gives people the feeling of being overwhelmed, it will cause the entire Confucian temple to lose its trust in the world. And let me say something more. At the beginning of the construction of Zhongyue and Nanyue, Wenwu temples, in addition to the accomplices, must be carefully selected, so that everyone can convince the public. It is best to control the number, do not rush to gather them all." 36:72. Beiyue Lao's Hanjun stroked his beard and smiled, "You have to leave some thoughts to future generations. Chao and I nodded and said, originally, sages and heroes are not necessarily inferior to the past. Lao Shanjun suddenly said, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish, Mr. Qin. Chen Pingan nodded and said, as for the construction of Qintian supervisors in various countries, Luopao Mountain will also give Song Shanjun of Xia and the Imperial Court of the Four Kingdoms a secret record file, which records several kinds of qi techniques. Not all qi refiners can become Wang qi. For those of you with qi, it may take a lot of effort for you to find such suitable cultivators. With qi sure in every country, the human court can supervise the visions of heaven and earth and the whereabouts of high-ranking people as much as possible. The martial arts masters who have lost their martial arts, and all kinds of landscape gods, in the eyes of the qi sure, are all walkers of the world with qi. If there is a slight disturbance, there will be nothing to hide, so the court has the capital to find someone to turn over the old accounts, and to reward and punish according to the old rules. Tang Tie nodded, his expression soothed. If Qin Jianxian and Luopeishan just blindly favor the mountain and vigorously support the gods of the 5 sacred mountains and cultivators, then the few mountain monarchs who wear dragon robes will only be pulled over by Luopeishan and Hushan to serve as a green leaf lining this time. Safflower. Chen Pingan smiled and said, among the qi cultivators, in addition to Wang Qi Shi, a family thief who can restrain qi cultivators, there are also military cultivators who secretly forged a kind of military armor pill, which can defend and attack with Jianxian Jianwan. For the sake of contradiction, the warriors hold armor pills, such as wearing armor, which is similar to the robes of qi cultivators. In addition, the legalist monks are also regarded as one of the 4 difficult ghosts on the mountain in the outside world. So you don't have to worry about Tangguozhu, the family on the mountain is the dominant one, and the imperial court is weak. I believe the knowledge and situation here will become more and more complicated and cumbersome in the future. The young emperor of the Songlai kingdom, Huang Mian suddenly asked, the boy dares to ask another question. In Mr. Chen's opinion, the quality of the world is fundamental, and who is responsible for it? Chen Pingan smiled and asked back, I want to say that the mysterious the situation of the world is led by a small group of people. There are very few people like them. The Juanhe Hushan faction, or you in the country of Songlai. Or are they pushed forward by the entire invisible world, or go uphill or downhill? In short, everyone is caught in it, and everyone can only follow the trend. Huang Mian nodded and smiled. Mr. Qin should be more detailed and accurate. Chen Pingan said, this is a very complicated issue, and it will be difficult to clarify for a while, but if you shoot arrows and then draw targets, you will definitely hit 10 rings again and again, which is a taboo in debate, so you might as well shoot random arrows with double targets. Find enough positive and negative arguments, and finally count the number of arrows on the 2 targets, and when I have a certain answer in my heart, I will talk to your majesty in detail. Huang Mian clasped his fists and smiled, I'm looking forward to that day. Gao Jun couldn't help but ask, Master Chen Shan, in the Haoran world, according to the rules of the Confucian temple, the monarch is not allowed to cultivate qi, especially not to be in the middle 5 realms. Where are we? Chen Pingan took a sip of his tea, was silent for a moment, sat on the main seat, looked out at the courtyard outside, and said slowly, let you decide this matter. There is such a case in Haoran world, but there is no such restriction in Qingming world. A blessed land has a strong mountain Dao Qi and is condensed but not scattered. Chen Pingan felt that it is better to wait and see. Tang Tie and Huang Mian were in high spirits, and when they heard the words, they hurriedly tried their best to suppress the surprise in their hearts, so as not to let their expressions lose their way. Wei Yan of Nanyuan Kingdom and Tuoba days of the Golden Horde didn't care about this at all. They were pure warriors and could not cultivate qi and cultivate the Tao. Chen Pingan explained with a smile, in fact, if it wasn't for Chao Anai and Zhou Shuzhen, you interrupted, I would have participated in today's discussion, and the opening remarks of the draft would not have been the phrase winners, but will be replaced by something else. The content of a sentence, "The world is your world, I'm just a guest." But I guess I really wanted to say that, no one would believe it at the time, and it was just a lip-syncing remark that didn't come true. Lao Shanjun smiled and said, "Mr. Chen is not entirely right, he has to add a sentence at the end, except for Zhang Shanjun." Song Huaibao took out a folding fan from his sleeve and pressed it against his eyebrows. Apart from being able to pretend to be poor, this Master Jade Master was able to say good things, and he had a thicker skin than himself. Chao and I smiled and said, "This is because I was in the wrong first, and I lacked etiquette, but it turned out to be a good thing by mistake. It should be evened out, and Mr. Chen doesn't need to ask me for guilt or thank me." However, Chen Pingon smiled and shook his head. "According to the knowledge of some two moral saints, you have to apologize to me first, and then I will thank you a few words, and it is in compliance with the rules to communicate with courtesy." It was originally a half-truth and half-false joke, but Chao and I was lost in thought, and he seemed to understand. Wu Fu Chao and I has a good personality, which is evident. Chen Pingon almost couldn't help but ask, "Has Chao and I decided that he can cultivate the Tao?" If the answer is yes, Chen Pingon will ask again, "If you have the will to cultivate the Tao, would you like to follow me to leave the blessed land and travel across continents?" Chen Pingon can take Chao and I to try his luck at the Pushan Yunkatang in Tonggishao. Chen Pingon said, "The second discussion, 100 years is too long. After all, Wufu Yangshuo is limited, and some great masters who are not born at the right time may not be able to participate in their entire lives, even if they are in the golden body or even the distant travel realm. It is definitely unreasonable to hold a meeting in 30 years, but it seems that the interval is too short, so it is tentatively set for 40 or 50 years. Regarding the meeting address, I have a suggestion. It is better to keep it for a long time. The Hushan faction, which is fixed at Sect Master Gao, should not be changed frequently, otherwise it will easily give rise to some unnecessary right and wrong on the mountain. Sect Master Gao, fellow Qingzi Daoist, do you have any opinions? Gao Jun got up and made a bow. Gao Jun thanked Chen Shanju for his trust, and the Hushan faction is willing to take on this matter. When Gao Jun was seated again, Gong Hua said with a smile, "It's good to listen to Mr. Chen's arrangements. A discussion will cost countless manpower and material resources. At least half of my family's expenses will be spent. Demugwen is just a swollen face and a fat man. Hushan faction is willing to take over this hot potato. I am too happy to have any objection. No, not at all." The first time I met the visitor Gao Jun, Lao Shanjun, who rode a white deer and held a whisk, called himself a from the upper realm. At that time, Gao Jun misunderstood that this mountain had a high-minded personality and looked down on all living beings from the lower realm. When discussing matters, Guanhua, Teng Tie, and the others, just because Zhang Xianshan's acting skills are too consummate, they subconsciously regarded this Beiyue Shanjun as a stalker who sees the wind, and now I know that the Jade Master is a real person. Don't show up, hide deep. Lao Shanjun stretched out his hand and rubbed the whisk, and said with a smile, blessed land, is naturally not named casually, and you must not be ignorant of blessings in the midst of blessings. According to the Taoist friend Lu of the demon sect, a blessed land is called Ohua, and it is honored as an honorable name. The master of the Bixiao Cave of God deliberately restricted himself to the inferior rank and restrained his spiritual energy, which led to the world becoming an unlawful place with barren soil. Tell me about the secret, saying that the outside world in his hometown with Qin Jianxian is between the middle and the lower class blessed land. Dare to ask Qin Jianxian, what is the rank of this place now? Chen Pingon said, the first class blessed land has reached the bottleneck. Zhang Shanjun sighed, it turns out that every time the weather changes, Luopeishan is throwing money. I dare to ask how much is the amount of fairy money that is as white as snow today? Chen Pingon smiled and said, it's hard to estimate, let alone say it. Earning money is like moving mountains, and spending money is like flowing water. Gao Jun was stunned, and his mood was complicated. Why did Lord Chen Shanju discuss the matter before and didn't tell us the truth? Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "What do you mean by this, so that more people can be grateful to Luopa Mountain?" Song Huaibao tapped the palm of his hand with a folding fan, admiring it, and said with a smile, "Mr. Chen is right to act like this. You should know the truth in the future, and sooner or later, you will know that sooner or later, Luopa Mountain will still be able to show mercy without repaying it." Good, I would like to praise Mr. Chen for being upright, bright and clear. If you don't know, you don't know. Just like Mr. Chen's own preaching before, everything is born in its own way, and each is nurtured in its own way. Seeing the merits of things is called God. We all know why they are made, but they are invisible, called heaven. At the same time, it can also prevent Dumian who is not enough of the heart from rising to hatred. If it was a rapport like glue from the beginning, and someone had an extremely good impression of someone, what should I do in the future? Keep losing points. Chen Pingan nodded and said, Song Shanjun has a high opinion and insight into people's hearts. Song Huaibao said with a smile, since Mr. Chen can be trusted, let me, Xia, lead the marriage. Although the little is lustful and virtuous, and he never hides it, he puts it on his face, but he can be here with Luo Peishan and Mr. Chen. Guarantee, the little will never guard himself against theft. Chen Pingan smiled and said, it's just a gentleman's agreement, Song Shanjun doesn't have to swear and sign the contract. Song Huaibao's momentum weakened, and he asked tentatively, if the little is getting married, it's not too much to have one wife and several concubines, right? Chen Pingan nodded and said, as long as the two parties belong to your love and I wish. Song Shanjun did not use the means of his live's supernatural powers. Of course there is no problem, even if the number of Mrs. Ru in Shanjun's mansion is a little more. The description behind closed doors' eyebrows. Presumably outsiders can't say anything. Song Huaibao breathed a sigh of relief, smiled brightly and said, the rough road has been laborious for years. Where is the lotus leaf and lotus flower, the mountain family work? Draw the land into a river, and share the harmony with Yin. Chen Pingan persuaded, games in the wind, flowers, snow and moon, sighing the strength of the old, are not young. Song Huaihua smiled knowingly. I never thought that Chen Jianxian was still a person who came from 100 flowers. This person is not a fellow person. What is a fellow person? A confidant who has no hands, can't speak such jargon. Well, as long as you're not one of those old-fashioned and pedantic Taoists, the Xia Mountain Monarch's mansion will definitely welcome Mr. Chen's visit. At the door, there appeared a middle-aged scholar with slightly frosted temples, and a sable-capped girl with red cheeks. Chen Pingan introduced with a smile, Jiang Shangjin, Zhou Fei, who used to be in the Spring-Tide Palace on the Blessed Land, is now the chief worshipper of our Luo Pao Mountain. Xiago, she is our second worshipper. Xiago sat on the threshold. Jiang Shangjin stood outside the door and beckoned, Lord Zhou, will you remember me? Zhou Shu said with a genuine smile, I'm impressed, keep it in my heart. Jiang Shangjin said sincerely, Master Zhou, please don't misunderstand Luopa Mountain because of me. I am notorious in Luopa Mountain. When I walk on the road, everyone shouts and beats. Chen Pingan said angrily, Chief Zhou, don't argue. Jiang Shangjin leaned against the door and said with a smile, the owner of the mountain allows me to say one last sentence. Jiang Shangjin is only an honest person in Luopa Mountain, but on his own site, the blessed land of Jiang's cloud cave in Tonggishao, is not very easy to talk about. Yes, by the way, in addition to being the suzerain of Jade Guizhong, I am also a sword cultivator, a half-hearted fairyland. The second seat is dedicated to Xia Girl, but it is a genuine ascension, pure sword cultivator. This sentence is a bit long. I will say so much for the time being, and all the lords here will weigh it by themselves. The atmosphere in the house suddenly froze. Jiang Shangjin smiled and said, "I'm worried that you will misunderstand, so I'll add one more sentence. I came here temporarily to join in the fun, and Miss Xia was called by me to watch the play temporarily, and it has nothing to do with the Mountain Master. To scare you. It's far from enough, it is not necessary. The sky is high and the earth is broad through the introduction of the Mountain Master. Now you are no longer frogs in the bottom of the well. You should have a rough idea of the meaning of the sword fairy in the upper 5 realms. Take 10,000 steps back and say, even if Luopao Mountain does not have us, the members of the genealogy, if we just say that we are the owner of the mountain, it is even more worth talking about." Chen Pingan waved his hand, reminding Jiang Shangjin not to cause trouble. "Stop." Zhong Qian smiled and said, "Our mountain master is very famous outside. There are so many stories, Jianghu romance, Xianxia Jiwei, we can write several tome books." Jiang Shangjin talked about Lu Su's bag of gold and copper coins from his heart. Chen Pingan nodded, holding back his smile. It's our Lu Shixin's usual style of doing good deeds without saying a word. In fact, Lu Su did another thing on his way to Old Dragon City, that is, Feijin sent a letter to Lu Mahelu, and the letter only said 2 things. Chen Yingguan was in urgent need of gold, fine and copper coins, and he took out all the family's treasury. He thought that Lu Su had advanced all the family's salary for the next 100,000 years. In the letter, I would have to trouble the old patriarch to go to the nearby Sanlang temple in person, and send a message to the Yuan family patriarch. To repay Yuan Yizhu for solving the nightmare, he can send gold and copper coins to Luopao Mountain. As for the number, we can only looking at the importance of Yuan Yi throw to the Sanlang temple, anyway, 1 is also given, and hundreds are also given. Chen Yingguan, who has always given favors without asking for retribution, will not mind. At the end of the family letter, Lu Su emphatically reminded the family that this matter must be kept strictly confidential and must not be leaked to the outside world. Chen Pingan thought for a while, and said, "Yuan Huang, Wu Jiang, one day you too have the idea of learning boxing from a master, go to the Hu Kingdom, and ask Pei Xiang, the lord of the country, to let you know, Luopa Mountain can help you. You can arrange a few more choices. Don't worry, you don't have to learn from Luopao Mountain's martial arts masters. There are not many, but not too many, the martial arts masters in the world. These masters have different personalities and temperaments, but they are all cherished. Only, I happen to know a few of them, and as long as the 2 of you meet, you can serve tea and drink tea, and you will have the name of a master and apprentice." Wu Jiang grinned and said, "It's good to be brave." Never thought of Yuan Huang next to him and said with a smile, "If I really want to find a master to learn boxing well, I must also find Mr. Qin. Other than that, I have nothing else to think about." Wu Jiang sucked in a breath of cold air. "I said a good boy, Yuan Huang can do it, why didn't he think that he could flatter him like this?" Chen Pingan smiled and shook his head. "Unfortunately, with martial arts, I have already close disciples. Then I don't need the name of master and apprentice. I just want to learn boxing from Mr. Qin, not a famous teacher." Yuan Huang said without hesitation, "Besides, one day Mr. Qin also thinks that I am a talented person, and he has the heart of cherishing talents. If he changes his mind and accepts me as his apprentice, in fact, there is no need to change the close disciple. If a future junior brother is wronged, it is enough to have an extra little senior brother in name, and it doesn't matter if I call him senior brother in private." Not to mention Wu Jiang, who was taken aback by surprise, Pei Xiang and Jiang Quan and Gu Ling were all impressed by this person. Chen Pingan couldn't help laughing, nodded and said, "It's good to negotiate, it's negotiable." Wu Jiang sighed, "Chen Jianxian, I don't care, I won't ask for this trick from your side, you can learn boxing from various masters, the younger generation can't ask for it, but it's free from changing people to go to the teacher. Master Tao is my master. One day for the master is a father for life, and this rule of the rivers and lakes still has to be abided by. Since the master is a human being, it is not a human being to practice martial arts, and one must not be conscienceless. Chen Pingan smiled and said, inadvertently, it seems that Tao Xiang has a good apprentice. The wish has come true, and the dream has come true. Before leaving, Jiang Quan glanced at Zhou Shuzhen, and he hesitated. He used to be gracious to Xing Yanglu, but don't let Xing Yanglu be implicated because of yourself. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, indicating that he didn't need to think too much, just relax. Jiang Quan and Gu Ling said goodbye and left. Chen Pingan watched the pair of Taoist couples travel far away like mandarin ducks. Yuan Huang gathered his voice and said, Chen Jianxian, I'm in a hurry for quick success. Forgive me. Chen Pingan just asked, is there a deeper reason for being so impatient? Is it because I couldn't really take revenge back then? Yuan Huang shook his head and said, I had already avenged Shui Hen back then, but along the way, it is often seen that wicked people are in power. They are either dressed in yellow and purple, with high positions of power, or those qi cultivators who call themselves Taoists, misbehaving, or the discipline is not strict, and the momentum is getting bigger and bigger. Not to mention the sects of Jiang who dare not speak out, even the court and the government can't control them, and they are connected with the neighboring temples, and they are more and more deeply ingrained. I have always thought about one over the years. The question is, there are some evil deeds. The local Shengguan and Guanxiang protect each other, and the general and the high-ranking in the court temple are dead. Why didn't they report the time and didn't arrive? The legend of the Qi practitioners who practice Taoism on the mountain is even more old. Has it been a few years? 10 years or 100 years, the old people in the world who have suffered from the disaster have died. The old events of the past one after another, as long as no one asks, it will be turned over. Happy, thinking about it, it seems that the only way to solve it is to learn boxing at a higher level and with more strength in the hands and feet when punching. We walk and talk. Chen Pingan put his arms around his sleeves and said with a smile, if you have met with Gao Jun of the Hushan faction before, there will definitely be a place for you in the two discussions in Demugwan Square and Luoyuan today. Yuan Huang said with a face, Chen Jianxian praised it wrongly. When discussing things seriously, I am never a person who praises others easily. When you get to know each other in the future, you will know that what I say is true. Chen Pingan smiled and said, before answering your question, I also have a question for you to answer. You don't have to worry about right or wrong, just say whatever comes to your mind, how about it? Yuan Huang said solemnly, please ask Chen Jianxian. Chen Pingan stretched out his finger and pointed to the lake. If you are the water monarch of Autumn Qi Lake, and you are the owner and local owner, then do you think that treating all sentient beings in a lake, cultivating, supporting, suppressing, harvesting, is fish farming? Yuan Huang said, as long as a gentleman has the right way to make money, use it, and practice it, he thinks it's okay to keep fish. As a result, Chen Pingan did not comment on Yuan Huang's answer, but asked again, do one injustice, kill one innocent, and gain the world, what will you do? Yuan Huang said, I don't do it. Chen Pingan smiled. But Yuan Huang quickly added, it's just that I dare to say this now, with a clear conscience. Assuming that such a day really happens in the future, I can't guarantee it now. Chen Pingan nodded, agreeing with Yuan Huang's supplementary statement, and said slowly, Tao is the main technique, supplemented by the right way, the more scheming, techniques and means, the better. Even if you make a mistake, you can immediately know your mistake. And correcting mistakes has power in itself. If people can correct mistakes, they can conquer themselves. If a country can correct mistakes, it can benefit the people. Therefore, sages will say that knowing mistakes can make great improvements. There is no way, let alone walking the other way, the agency is too smart. Even if you are allowed to walk on a sunny avenue, there are still many hidden dangers, just because all words and deeds are like sowing seeds, and you look back inadvertently, only to know the road behind you, the fields have long been overgrown with weeds. It is human beings, ghosts, gods, or immortals. It depends on the heart, actions, words, and shapes. Confucians are teachers of people, and Taoists are teachers of people. Those who have read books and those who haven't read books can be teachers of others. Practice at home, go out to meet people. When arguing or asking questions, you should speak with kindness, listen with a learned heart, and argue with a fair heart. If you win, and if you lose, you win. This is arguing, not just a debate. Yuan Huang heard this and said with sincere admiration, "This kind of quarrel is really good. If both sides have this kind of heart, there will be so many chickens and ducks talking about it." To be dejected, to solve the problem according to Mr. Chen's line of thinking, it will be different, not only to propose a debate rule of careful reasoning, but also to propose a higher moral principle. But you have to admit that there is an extremely difficult paradox here. Where does a reasonable person need others to reason? Chen Pingan smiled and said, "No matter what, I don't dare to be greedy for merit, because it is my husband who proposed these academic purposes." No wonder Mr. Chen is so open-minded and so calm in dealing with others. Yuan Huang sighed, but quickly added, "It's really a famous teacher and a master apprentice, Mr. Chen's husband. How advanced his knowledge is, the younger generation can't imagine." Chen Pingan smiled and patted Yuan Huang's shoulder. "Yuan Huang, if you really have a chance to settle in Luopao Mountain in the future, then you can disprove the matter. The atmosphere of a mountain has nothing to do with me. You all bring your own up the mountain one by one. It's none of my business. I, the mountain owner, didn't care about you, and you still have the face to blame me." How could Yuan Huang know that Luopa Mountain still has this kind of family style? He just thought it was about going to Luopa Mountain to learn boxing, and Chen Jianxian had already agreed halfway. Yuan Huang and Wu Jiang also said goodbye and left, intending to travel together in the arena. As a parting gift, Chen Pingan told the two young martial arts geniuses a few more facts about boxing. Before you learn real kung fu, you must endure hardships and beatings first. Only when a martial arts master has the upper body of boxing can he truly enter the house. Since you are traveling together, you can usually learn more and learn more. You should not be too determined to win or lose, but you should not be completely absent. In addition, eating and living, traveling through mountains and rivers, and even practicing boxing, every step can be a boxing pile. Zhong Qian is the ancestor of the ancestors to eat and eat, so that he can be lazy every day. Don't learn from him, you can't learn it either. But to say that you have learned a murder technique, and you can't extricate yourself from it. It means that people follow the fist instead of handing the fist. The more you practice the boxing, the more you die. The worst thing to say is the way to die. There are thousands of boxing records and boxing moves. In my opinion, there is only one point in boxing. No matter who you are and how high your boxing is, you can face it and dare to pass your fist. There is no absolute good or bad in any character. It is like a double-edged sword. It is due to the discipline of parents and the restraint of teachers when I was young. After that, it is nothing more than to be anxious and slow. Afterwards, Chen Pingan told them the exact address of the Fox country. By the way, they were all young people with strong energy and blood, but don't look at it when you enter the Fox country. The town of Wenru is a hero's tomb, and you don't want to practice martial arts anymore. Finally, intentionally or unintentionally reminding the two young warriors, the mountains and rivers are magnificent, and the world has great beauty. The warriors of my generation walk more and see more. Don't take a moment to look at flowers and generally don't care, then you are learning martial arts, and you can improve your fists. Wu Jiang just regarded it as an empty talk. The young man nodded quickly and vigorously, but in reality he was absent-minded. Yuan Huang was word for word, silently remembering it in his heart. Zhou Shuzhen said with a wry smile, "Chen Jianxian, I really knew Jiang Quan's identity for a long time. The reason why he was able to find Jin Jianglu and then ask for martial arts secrets is because I deliberately did it and regarded it as a secret chess." Chen Pingan said, "It's nothing, a gentleman can deceive him. Of course, I'm not a gentleman of the academy, but the truth is that, plus your morale today, it's okay, it's just 3 things, you and Jin Jianglu there's only one chance left." Zhou Shuzhen laughed at himself and said, "Mr. Qin, it is I who treat the belly of a gentleman with the heart of a villain." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Be careful sailing the 1,000-year-old ship. In terms of original intentions, you are the same as Gao Jun. Put yourself in my shoes, at most I am a little more patient than you, and have similar ideas. A lotus root blessed land, to be precise, the lotus root flower blessed land in the past, under the premise of the old Guanzhou deliberately, it can be called heroes and immortals everywhere. It's just that a female martial artist like He Qizhou, Zhou Shuzhen is a chief fighter like this, and they are placed in the vast world. In the same years, their respective realms are not only 1 or 2 levels higher." Chen Pingan said, "If the result is bad, everything is wrong. If the result is good, everything is right. Fellow Daoist Zhou, we encourage you and me." Zhou Shu really slapped the head of the Taoist gate. This Sevuing female cultivator, who was already convinced, said, "Remember it in your heart." Pei Xiang smiled and said, "Before our mountain master came to Demugwen to discuss matters, we gave a hard lesson to Hu Jiao, who was wearing a dragon robe, on the bank. Regarding the greasy relationship between the Dragon Gate Jing Hu Jiao and Taisheng Huang Wei Liang, of course Pei Xiang clearly." Zhou Shuzhen's eyes lit up, and the sullen breath that had accumulated in her heart for many years was swept away. She leaned over and cast 1,000 blessings, but said nothing. That Xiaolang's hoof is just a matter of cleaning up. She deserves to be embarrassed here. Chen Pingan said, "Wei Liang was able to break through the situation successfully at the beginning, because the Taoist mind was in harmony with the heavenly mind, and he treated the emperor's mausoleum snake kindly. It seemed that he had no intention but was actually willing. The Tao of heaven and earth regards this matter as a preaching and clarification of Tao, and he was not the first to form an elixir, and was preempted by Gao Jun to become an earth immortal. The disposition of the mind is shifted, and the intention to kill the mountain snake will make Wei Liang be regarded as halfway by the Tao, and he is not qualified to obtain such an immortal family relationship. Dao Yuzhou can talk about these inside stories, or you cannot talk about it, just encourage yourself." Zhou Shu was really embarrassed, but she still nodded and said, "I will tell Wei Liang the truth in person." Chen Pingan nodded with a straight face. "Quarrel. Go to Nanyuan country and meet Wei Liang. Even if you don't quarrel, there is a Hu Jiao next to you. I don't believe that the 3 of you can still be harmonious." Pei Xiang smiled and glanced at Qin Shanzhu. "No vengeance, no vengeance." Chen Pingan said, "The Qi practitioners under the earth immortals open up Qi palaces, just like digging wells everywhere. The more wells there are, the more spiritual Qi can be stored, but the water level and the rise and fall are still limited by the weather and geographical conditions. Why is it in my hometown? Biendu said to form a golden elixir, Fong is my generation. Just because a Qi practitioner has formed a golden elixir, it is like a wealthy doorway, creating a huge cellar, which can store ice cubes, and in the hot summer season, as long as if you want to eat, you can eat a bowl of iced plum wine that quenches your thirst at any time. It is like building a bridge of longevity, connecting the inside and outside of the human body. This truth is actually what Lu Tai told me back then, and I just relayed it. With Lu Tai's eccentric character and abnormal behavior, Zhou Shuzhen must have had a psychological shadow back then, and it would be a good idea to recover a few impressions. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Don't worry, the Fox Kingdom will definitely not get involved in the future. Of course, if you are willing to make a covenant and become an ally on the mountain, I will definitely be happy to see it happen. Both places are mostly women, so don't embarrass women." Zhou Shu really gave a blessing, and Shanshan returned to the Dhamma temple. When she thought of taking the initiative to see Wei Liang and that Xiao Lang's hoof, she felt bad. Pei Xiang said with guilt, "Shanju, Hugua didn't do any business at all, and he did a disservice to me. Am I not doing enough to be successful?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "You Fox Nation do bad things with good intentions. It's justifiable. Even if the merits and demerits are balanced, it's not an example." Xiago said, "Not to mention that Pei Xiang has also cultivated 2 proud disciples. The Hu Kingdom will be amazing in the future, and there is no need to worry about not accepting it." Pei Xiang was confused. "What the hell, 2 proud disciples, who are they? Wouldn't it be Luo Fume and Qiu Qing?" Previously, in that fox country, they were quite frightened. Chen Pingan actually knew that Xiago had watched the torture in Hugua prison, and she even heard more than she saw. Chen Pingan looked at the bewildered lord of the fox country and couldn't help but ask, "Don't you know that Luo Fume has long since become the backbone of the fox country's palm discipline?" Pei Xiang became more and more puzzled. "Shanju, don't be yin and yang," and said cautiously, "I know, this girl Luo Fume prefers to mess with the so-called mind-reading knowledge, and she was looking for someone when she was young. Bought and collected a lot of books on doctors and books, she seems to be better at sorting out espionage." But Pei Xiang, the state lord and master, used to only praise his disciple a few words, but in fact he didn't take it seriously. He felt that Luo Fume was not doing his right job, and he was doing these vain things just because this disciple was cultivating the Tao. The qualifications are good enough, and the breakthrough is not slow. Peixiankai did not express his dissatisfaction. Xiago smiled and said, "Pei Xiang, when you take time out, remember to hide your figure, and see with your own eyes how Luo Fume tortures prisoners with all kinds of tricks and ruthlessness. You will know what it means to be the next patriarch of the Hu Kingdom." Already. Pei Xiang was frightened when he heard this, and glanced at Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's just a matter of fact, no innuendo." Xiago said with a smile, "Sister Pei Xiang, let's discuss. Why don't you give Luo Fume and that Qiu Qing, buy one get one free, and let me be an anonymous disciple? The price is easy to negotiate, I still have some background." Pei Xiang glanced at Master Chen again, but did not see any hint, so he could only say, "Miss Xia, we will discuss this matter later." Xia Gui gave a fist, "That's it, Shanju and Xiaoma are both gentlemen with the beauty of adults. If I can't learn it, then take a step back and don't take people's favor. We will discuss it later." It's just that Pei Xiang suddenly remembered something. Previously, in Luoyuan, the master of Qin Shan seemed to say that Xiago was the second enshrined of Luopa Mountain. Could it be that he was still a person who can't be seen, a man of Tao? To be able to be pulled by Chief Zhou to be the door together, the girl in the mink hat must not start in the jade-purple realm? It turned out that Jiang Shangjin was really bad, and the words he made at the door earlier left him alone as the lord of the fox country. After that, Chief Zhou chatted with people in Luoyuan. Xiago felt that he was 108,000 miles away from being the master of his own mountain. She was not interested in listening to Chief Zhou talking about the idle world. Chen Pingan Yufeng went to Gaiwexuan on Luodai Island, where he joined Zhang Lv Changming and Guazhuzhou, and waited until Chief Zhou, who felt good about himself, left Luoyuan, leaving Pei Xiang to continue to participate in the next meeting of Demugwan. Chen Pingan he sacrificed the talisman boat and returned to Luopa Mountain. The group walked to the courtyard and put away the parasol umbrella. Millet Grain asked softly, Good man Mountain Master, is this trip going well? Chen Pingan smiled and patted her head. It went relatively smoothly. Hearing that the old immortal visited Luopao Mountain this time, he showed his great demeanor and generosity. Not only did he get rid of the previous debt of 300 gold and copper coins, but he also voluntarily sent 1,000 coins. The key is that half send and half borrow. More than just solving Chen Pingan's urgent needs, it's simply a matter of first giving help and then adding icing on the cake. According to Jing Zhezhong's estimate, with another 1,500 gold and copper coins, Chen Pingan can once again raise the rank of Feijin Jingzongyu to Jingqiyu. Then there are only 200 gaps left. With the reputation of Luopao Mountain and the popularity of Chen Pingan, I believe that they can always be filled immediately. Only the Luoma Heliu clan on the Luzhou side of Beijiu may still need to be filled. In addition to the Sanlang Temple, Luopaishan is willing to give a high premium, and it must not be difficult to buy 200 gold and copper coins from both of them. Chen Pingan just went to the house with the millet grains. Nuanshu was busy with a lot of trivial matters, so she didn't follow the mountain master. Guizhuzhou took Xiago to play with the white-haired boy from the mountain top of his family. Jiang Shangzhen is going to rush to the mountain gate to find brothers Dafeng and Daoist Xianwei to discuss their knowledge. He must feast his eyes on the trip to Demugwen in Autumn Chi Lake, show off with them, and see if there is a chance in the future. Let the brothers go to the blessed land together, of course. If you can't rely on realm, this is inferior, and it's meaningless. You must only rely on appearance and body to win the body and mind of beauty. Daoist Master Xianwei can say that people who practice Taoism need not be anxious to find a Taoist companion, but Brother Dafeng really can't. No more delay, many secret books with illustrations have been rolled up. Hu Pinghuo stayed at a Xianjian in Nazhou City. When Lu Qiqing was alone, he hesitated, and there was a money bag on the table. The Taoist Fenpeo took a sip of wine and was worried. He was very good in dealing with others, but it was not very good at all, and it was easy to cause misunderstandings with others. This time, when he went out to play, Lu Qiqing carried a large bag of money with him. It was sent to him from Baidi City. The senior brother said that he would open it when he was short of money, and let his junior brother dispose of it. The money bag seemed to be a magic weapon, and Lu Qiqing could not identify the type of immortal money by its weight. But as long as it was a gift from a senior brother, let alone Guyu money, snow money, or even market copper money, Lu Qiqing was unwilling to spend one, so he had to give it up. One by one, it is the brother's will. After all, Lu Qiqing's family is really not thin, and he is short of money. How could he, the pavilion master of Lioli Pavilion, be short of money? For example, during the discussion at the Confucian Temple in China, Master Huolong took the initiative to mention that he had a batch of glazed tiles of excellent quality. It was hard to come by and surrounded by dangers. Even more thrilling, this real fire dragon, who was described by his senior as, "It's an accident to fail the 14th realm," is recognized as the leader of both the black and white of Beiju Luzhou. Seniors, don't you want to spend money and kill them? Your own pig. The old man asked Lu Qiqing if he had any purchase intentions. Of course, Lu Qiqing had a heart like a bucket. He was half worried and half happy. Of course, he had to pretend to be overjoyed. He gritted his teeth and bought it. How could he not buy? The glazed tiles that can be used by Lioli Pavilion are not the kind at the foot of the mountain. As long as there is one piece, Lu Qiqing must not miss it when passing by. Pavilion Lu, there are 100 pieces of glazed tiles, and the price is not low. It doesn't matter, I buy as much as I have. I have it all. If the money is not enough, the younger generation will borrow it from others. Just to see the face of City Lord Jing, and the poor road is only on the side of Pavilion Lord Lu, and only quoted a cost price. Lu Qiqing asked the old real person to make a price. After the old real person made an offer, Lu Qiqing didn't counter-offer. He paid directly, paid with one hand and delivered it with one hand, which was refreshing and refreshing. Seeing the old man's painful and regretful expression at that time, Pavilion Master Lu knew that he had made a profit and that the old man had lost money. Lu Qiqing finally spent 1,500 grain rain money to buy 100 pieces of green glazed tiles with a long history and strong Taoism from the hands of Huolong Jinren. A little money, drizzle, and let the rich and powerful Lu Pavilion Master hurt his muscles and bones. At that time, Lu Qiqing was very impressed. The old man was really kind, and he really sold his brother's face. When the discussion in the Confucian temple was over, and before the real Huolong traveled far, he wrote a letter to Lu Qiqing. The old real man said that he could overcome all difficulties, and there was still a chance to get 20 more glazed tiles. Lu Qiqing replied without saying a word and sent 500 pieces of grain rain money, saying that the senior must not lose money twice in a row. These 20 glazed tiles must be worth this amount. In fact, the 120 pieces of glazed tiles were first sold by Qin Pingan to Huolong Jinren in Longgongdongshan. It seemed that Lao Jinren spent 600 grain rain money at that time. A good black eats black, only one cost price. Lu Qiqing was apprehensive in his heart, not knowing whether he could still be a guest at Luopao Mountain. This is actually because Lu Qiqing has been thinking too much. If he doesn't go to Qinshanju, Qin Pingan will also look for him. Previously in Tianwai, Jing Juzhong lent money to Qin Pingan, and the object used to hold the gold and copper coins was an ancient inkstone with no inscription on one side, and it was in the shape of a hand-painted inkstone with the sun and the moon on the same wall. The arrangement of the 18 constellations. A girl with a mink hat appeared out of thin air at the Xianjia Inn, where the owner surnamed Dong was behind the scenes. She was lying on the roof, as if the roof was uncovered, and she lowered her head. She said to the guy in the pink robe below, "My name is Xiago, it is the second seat of Luopao Mountain, and our mountain master asked me to say hello to you, invite you to drink on the mountain, and bring along those good friends who met by chance but fell in love." Lu Qiqing got up and raised his head and clasped his fists. "I sincerely thank you fellow Taoist for informing you about this. Someone Lu will definitely take a friend to Luopao Mountain as a guest in the near future." The other party was able to appear on the roof unknowingly, and he could take off those tiles silently, which meant that if the other party wanted to, the head on Lu Qiqing's neck could be taken off anytime, anywhere. Sure enough, the Jade Purity realm is not enough to see, especially in the Chuzhou boundary where the crouching tiger is hidden. The sable-cap girl nodded with a smile, glanced at the bag of money on the table, and put the tiles back on. Lu Qiqing immediately understood, and he had to pay money to go up the mountain to drink and be a guest. Walking on the road, Qin Pingan and his family Erbauschen smiled and asked, "Old cook, and Lu Xianyang and Gu can have not come back yet?" Zhu Lian didn't come back, but what else could he do except to meet his old lover's former confidant? Qin Pingan didn't even notice. Qin Pingan was afraid that Lu Xianyang couldn't control Gu Can Millet Grain laughed and said, "They haven't come back yet." The old cook said he was going to beg for a few beatings and scolding. It's a weird word. Lu Dosui, Sister Wanshu and I swear and promise that he will not cause trouble if he enters the lotus root blessed land. At that time, there was a young man next to Lu Kanshui. He probably saw that I was short, so he squatted down and talked to me. He is tall and has a good temper. He even whispered a few words to me in his heart, he said. In the future, if I go to Baidi City and walk to the Dragon Gate, he will open the door for me, and even let the water of the waterfall in the Yellow River cave for me to flow backwards for me. I don't need to walk. Gently, with a big tone, I pretended to be serious. Of course I was really happy. He squatted there and blinked his eyes, and he smiled happily as well. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "That's it." Sort of Coming Chapter 1077. Chen Pingan brought the millet grains to the house. The courtyard and house doors were all open. In the living room, apart from Yu Xian, senior brother Jun Qian and Bai were also there. Pei Qian was sitting at risk. I don't know what I'm sitting here and picture a little boy in green clothes. You don't seem to be a good drinker, old god. Besides, the old senior is so high level and so old, you really have to go to the wine table and then make a toast. Chen Lingjun was afraid that his hands would shake and he would not be able to hold the wine bowl steady. It was Chen Pingan, who was wearing a blue gauze robe with his sword on his back. He crossed the threshold and made a head-to-head with the old real person. The younger generation has seen the real person. The old man reached out his hand and pressed it twice, and said with a smile, I am a guest who is not polite. I am wandering in my own house in the mountains. As the host, Dao Yu Chen is polite. See you outside. It was the first time that Chen Pingan saw the most proud person in the world, and he bowed again. I have seen Mr. Bai, senior brother Jun Qian. Bai also nodded. Jun Qian nodded with a smile. Hurry up and sit down. Chen Pingan managed to stop looking at the tiger-headed hat, and didn't go to sit on the main chair, but after taking a seat beside senior brother Jun Qian, he began to look away, and looked at Pei Qian and Chen Lingjun. Pei Qian grinned. With a smile, Chen Lingjun's eyes were filled with resentment, and he sniffed. He was obviously aggrieved. Well, what did old master you think? If he insisted on asking him to chat with him by name, he didn't dare to breathe. Yu Xian sat beside Chen Lingjun. There is a row of seats on Chen Pingan's side. Cui Dongshan, who has become the suzerain, is at the innermost position, followed by guest Bai Yi, and senior brother Jun Qian is at the outer side. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Yuzhenren, in fact, Chen Lingjun is not so restrained at ordinary times. When you get to know him well in the future, you will know that he is more lively. Of course, if Chen Lingjun didn't know your senior's identity in advance, he might be more lively and detached. Yu Xian Fuxiu smiled and said, so it is. It turned out that the relationship between the two parties was not that good. Chen Pingan asked curiously, why didn't Chao Qingqing come here? Cui Dongshan leaned forward, stuck his head out, and turned to look at his husband. I have to talk to my husband behind his back about something big or small. Chen Pingan said, tell me about it. Pei Qian said, Chao Qingqing met two friends at Tongyi's house, one of them is quite special. Chen Pingan wondered, what's the point of discussing this behind Chao Qing's back? When Chao Qingqing left Ohua blessed land back then, he traveled across continents with Master Chong. Later, in the Dali dynasty, he had a close relationship with Sun Chu, who took the imperial examination in the same year. There is nothing to make a fuss about making friends, not to mention that Chao Qingqing has been mature since he was a child. After the experience, he has a calm personality. What can go wrong? Cui Dongshan explained, in addition to Sun Chu, Mr. has already met, Chao Qingqing met two more friends at Tongyi's house. One is Su Jin, a young scholar who has just started to practice, in a government academy as a lecturer for many years. He and Chao Qingqing belong to the same interests. Occasionally, in some academic disputes, they can seek common ground while reserving differences. They belong to mutual learning. Moreover, it can be seen that Su Zhen admires Chao Qingqing very much, and feels that she and Chao Qingqing are the kind of teachers who are also teachers. Friendship. There is also a Qi trainer named Yu Li, who is in his old age at the foot of the mountain, but he is successful in the Taoism, and has skills in his appearance. He looks very young. Yu Li was born in the middle of Shanzai Yeshio. He is a talented young man who is erudite and knowledgeable. I had a private conversation with Mr. Chao, and Mr. Chao spoke highly of him. He felt that Yu Li was similar to Mr. Liu, who was half a teacher in his hometown. I was very curious. I wanted to see with my own eyes what the holy place was, and it was able to make junior brother Chow feel ashamed. Yuli's background is well documented. He used to be a genealogical cultivator in a small fairy mansion in Tonggishou. Now that the mountain gate is still there, the resume files are all there, including the family, there is no problem. The reason why it became a loose cultivator is because the teacher's sect did not have the slightest responsibility at all. He took his direct disciples and family members of French to flee to the north on a ferry. During this period, he happened to meet the door of Wutsai Tianxia, and ran away without a trace. In a fit of anger, Yuli did not leave his hometown for refuge with the head and teachers, nor did he leave without a trace. As soon as he left, he first kept calm, and took the group of outer disciples and servants to find a remote and barren place to hide. When there was no war and the world was peaceful, he didn't want to wait for any cultivator. When he returned to the old site, he dissipated all the money he had saved and gave it to the fellows from the lower 5 realms, and then helped them find a hilltop to open up a cave. Yi Xiu. Speaking of which, Cui Dongshan bravely said, as entrusted by me, senior sister Pei once took a look at the other party's state of mind from a distance. The scene of the Taoist scene in Xinhu is a giant city. The people live and work in peace and contentment, roughly estimated to be as many as 1 million, everyone is carefree, the buildings are in order, the flowers and trees are thriving, there are many academies, there are many martial arts halls, the incense and smoke of the gods and temples are curled together, the ghosts and spirits of the ghosts and the practitioners of qi. Coexisting with ghosts and monsters, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism and the knowledge of 100 schools of thought flow together like a river. Chen Pingan listened to this, and commented, the mood is not normal. I just don't know if this person has this kind of heart, whether he has this way. Cui Dongshan also made a special trip to visit this person and spent almost half a month with him day and night. Even Cui Dongshan, the guy who is the best at picking things up, didn't find anything wrong. He is gentle and polite, treats people with sincerity, has high ambitions, and works meticulously. But the more impeccable he is, the more certain Cui Dongshan is about one thing, and there will be demons when things are impermanent. Cui Dongshan's reason is very simple, there must be no second place in the world for people who are properly arranged, like my husband. Chen Pingan thought for a moment, then smiled. It's not an unspeakable secret, you should get Chao Qingqing to chat together. Harmful intentions are essential, and defenses are essential. Pei Qian immediately said, Master, that's what I said at the time, the little brother has to be sneaky, as if he can't see the light. Cui Dongshan's eyes widened suddenly, Senior Sister Pei, have you ever said that? Why don't you remember, little brother? Pei Qian reminded, I trouble sect Master Cui to continue talking about business. Cui Dongshan raised his hand and clenched his fist, beating his heart lightly. Nothing big white goose, something small brother. It's better now, are you calling sect Master Cui? It's heartbreaking and heartbreaking. Chen Pingan asked suddenly, does this person intend to join a certain country's temple? Cui Dongshan nodded and said, yes, he has already contacted the Yu dynasty last year. Chen Pingan nodded, which made more sense, don't hide it, I'll talk to Chao Qingqing about this later. Cui Dongshan continued, sir, there will be some bad things going on next, and it will be difficult for students to report good news but not bad news. Chen Pingan smiled and said, I'm the mountain master, and you are the sect master. After all, I've heard the worst, and the real thing to worry about is sect Master Cui. Sect Master Cui was stunned, he shouldn't have come, both Mr. and Senior Sister have turned their faces and didn't recognize anyone, isn't the next sect not his own family? Chen Pingan said, who is the Bingding sword boat that suddenly appeared? According to the rules, it seems that we need to go to Jiasfeng Patriarch Hall to discuss it before we can conclude. ruining the fate of my Tongji's Hao and one continent's luck. In addition to the above, there are some content that framed the blame and poured dirty water, nothing more than to say, selfish, in order to please the Daquan Empress and taping Shan Huangting at the same time, and Huang Yun of Pushen, especially thinking of the friendship of the hometown, tried to please Shu, the king of the East Sea, who did the behind-the-scenes business. All were entrapped into the water of Dadu and given to the East China Sea for nothing, so it was an insidious act of exploiting the air transport of the half-continent to enrich Yishuifu. Chen Pingan frowned and said nothing. It's not about the content of these slanders that were created out of nothing, but this group of cheap practitioners who rose up and disappeared like a rabbit, did not act recklessly at all, but were very well organized and interlocked. The key is that the other party must have left behind. And Chen Pingan asked, has there been any plagues in the countries along the established Dadu route recently? Cui Dongshan nodded, yes, there are more than one place, but the students have invited a few experts from the Chinese to geomedical experts to come out and temporarily control the plague, so it did not spread. Chen Pingan asked, where is the academy? Cui Dongshan said, Wen Yu, the deputy head of Tianmu Academy, is already in the capital of Yunyan Kingdom to take charge of the overall situation. Chen Pingan breathed a sigh of relief. Cui Dongshan smiled a little. Mr. Wen Shan is really resolute, he actually acted without permission, and he and the Confucian temple first beheaded and then played, called Zhong Kuei directly, went to Fingdu in person, found one of the sources of the plague, followed the clues, and was eventually returned. When you in the world found one of the demon cultivators who raised the god of plague, killed him on the spot, and temporarily detained the god of plague who was forced to act in the academy. When you didn't know what method he used, I was able to contact the other two accomplices in the identity of that demon clan again, and cleaned them up together. Now I only talk about the ones on the table, and there are only two left. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, and said, one of them is not the monk of the demon race who failed to escape back to the wilderness, but the monk of the native human race of Tongji's Hao. It is said that he did not repent. The reason is that Tongji's Hao suffered this catastrophe. It is because the Great Wall of Sword Chi failed to hold the passage of the upside-down mountain, and the Confucian temple sages sat by and watched. Cui Dongshan seemed reluctant to talk about this matter, and continued, the first group of Qi practitioners who rushed over to investigate this matter, our Qingping sword sect, dispatched 3 swordsmen, Miyu, Xing Yun and Lu Shui. Xiao, there is the mountain master Huang Ting who gave up the retreat on Taiping Mountain, and he also brought the fairyland with the Taoist name Long Men. Sure enough, there are Ghost Fairy Huang Man and Wufuximan on the other side of Donghai Mansion. As for the rest of the forces, add on the Pushun Yunkatang led by Shuahui, the royal consecration of the Daquan dynasty, etc., there are a total of 8 teams with hidden whereabouts, along the Dada line, each chooses a place to settle, and then each performs its own duties and develops. A game of patience on both sides and luck waiting for the rabbit. Yu Xian tugged at his beard and said, there is no reason to be a thief for 1,000 days to prevent a thief for 1,000 days. There is really no way to stand by and wait for a rabbit. You can't do nothing, but if the other party just stops, the trouble will be big. Just saying that people are scattered, how can they gather together? In addition to those unstoppable rumors, Yu Qingping sword sect, plus Luo Baishan, the reputation of Tongji's Hao, if you are not careful, you will be in a mess. Not to mention that the cultivators who belonged to the temporary ancestral hall were exhausted and had little effect. What's more important are those small countries, the government and the public, who are worried. After all, this is not a matter of, what if there is trouble, it will kill people. Therefore, most of Dadu stopped all of a sudden along the way. Only big countries like Daquan and Daxing Mansion with sect names like Yuguazong and Qingping Jianzong still started to build Dadu step by step. Chen Pingan looked at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan grinned, my avatar hidden in Pushun, since it is idle, it is now being used as a bait. As for whether the behind-the-scenes planner bites the hook, it depends on the mastermind or the power. Your accomplice, dare you to kill a young genius of the Dragon Gate realm who is a sword cultivator from Qingping sword sect, and he has become famous in the first battle. Chen Pingan rubbed his eyebrows and said, continue. Cui Dongshan said, let the master do the math and roughly deduce the places where the other party might appear. This guy was finally caught, because the yellow court of Taiping Mountain was not far away at that time, and as soon as she got when the news came, Yu Jian rushed over immediately and caught up. Chen Pingan frowned and said, did Huang Ting succeed in killing him? If killed, Cui Dongshan needn't say so much. Cui Dongshan rubbed his face with his hands and said helplessly, the other party is actually good enough to hide, but unfortunately, when he met Huang Ting never dragged his feet. Chen Pingan remained silent. As the suzerain of Taiping Mountain, Huang Ting is not only a Jade Pure Realm sword cultivator, but don't forget, Huang Ting's good fortune is recognized as the best in a continent. She was in time to catch up with the monster monk who was most likely the mastermind, which was a proof in itself, but the other party escaped in the end, so it was not a proof. So this is actually more tricky than Miyu, who has already caught up with the immortal realm, and then uses the sword, and is seriously injured by the opponent but escapes. Xing Yun with the appearance of a young man, Lu Shuwei with the appearance of an old woman, and the two local sword cultivators who set foot on the Great Wall of Sword Qi for the first time in the vast world, Xing Yun already has a new identity. The new steward of Kite Fairy. Just because of the sudden appearance of so many monsters running around, the first time I did something was to kill the monsters in another place. The only problem is that they may not have the chance to see that or a few monster monks. Cui Dongshan said, this beast, who has been confirmed to be a monster, publicly threatened before being caught up by Huang Ting that in the future, as long as there is dust flying along the road, he will eat a talisman. Chen Pingan asked, is this demon clan the kind of monk who is proficient in escape and is good at escaping from the upper 5 realms? Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, according to Huang Ting, it seems that he is only in the nascent soul realm. But he is indeed proficient in the 5 elements escape technique, and the one-handed talisman is endless. It is dazzling to be used by this guy. That chase for less than a quarter of an hour, Huang Ting actually used a lot of swords, but the one that really fell on the demon clan was only one sword, and that was what Huang Ting and I claimed to be trying for luck by instinctively slashing a sword. Cui Dongshan said with emphasis, so this monster is very good at talismans. Yu Xian asked, Sect Master Cui, is there any talisman residue? Cui Dongshan took out a small porcelain jar from his sleeve and carefully poured the ashes of the talisman on the table. To be honest, if Yu Xian was not in the mountains, Cui Dongshan had no choice but to ask his husband to invite Yu Lao Shinxian to go down from the bright galaxy. Yu Xian raised his sleeves, stretched out his fingers and twirled a little bit of the talisman paper residue, rubbed his fingers lightly, and suddenly flicked his sleeves. A little golden light appeared in the air, and then formed a line from the dots, from the line to the surface, a line. A tiny golden light stretched out, and in turn grows out, a complete golden talisman. Just at the moment of forming the talisman was about to explode, like a talisman in the talisman, that was only waiting for this moment. It's a pity that this talisman met the talisman Yu Xian. Yu Xian had already drawn a talisman at the same time to detain this talisman, and the talisman with countless cracks and fine marks floated in the air, shaky. Yu Xian stared for a moment, and soon came to a mixed conclusion. It's not any kind of big talisman that has been recorded in the book. There are more than 2,200 talisman lines. It's rough, but it's not small, look. It can be concluded that it is most likely the first creation drawn by this monster monk himself, so he is still in the process of groping, and he has not been able to complete it. Otherwise, even if I have already prepared, I will use the talisman to suppress the talisman, and only say that there are Dao marks in the talisman's gallbladder, must have been destroyed by the corpse, but the cultivator who was able to draw this new talisman has a very high attainments, and his approach is very wild, with fantastic ideas and several ideas, which can be regarded as daring to think that no one has ever thought of before. I have to admit that this guy is a good seedling, really a good seedling to practice talisman. If it hides in Tongya continent for a long time, it must be a big hidden danger. Yu Xian continued, Huang Ting's guess is good, the realm is the nascent soul realm is the most likely, and the possibility of the jade pure realm cannot be said to be completely absent, but the possibility is extremely small. Chen Pingan suddenly said, it can't be just the golden core realm. Yu Xian retwisted the talisman with his right hand, and pinched his left hand to count. After a while, the old talisman that finally couldn't hold it shattered. Yu Xian nodded and said, it's really possible, Jin Dan Yuaning, between 5 and 5. Cui Dongshan rubbed his chin and said, mostly it's Jin Dan. What if this monstrosity cultivator entered the nascent soul on the way to escape, or even took advantage of the opportunity to retreat again, would he become Yupu? Jin Dan is still so tricky. If the other party steps over a big step and enters the 5 realms from Earth Immortal, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yu Xian asked, Sect Master Cui, only these talisman residues? Cui Dongshan nodded and said, Huang Ting found this by chance. Yu Xian said regretfully, it's a pity. If the talisman is complete, even if it is half a piece left, it is easy to say, but now, just relying on a little residue of the talisman to find a definite clue, it is wishful thinking, even the old man can't do it. The hands and feet of the talisman are very clean, and it seems that he has been guarded from the beginning. I used, good guy, it is more than just a surrogate talisman. Use the avatar to draw the avatar, and then draw the talisman. This fellow has a lot of hearts, tricky, really tricky. Suddenly found that many people were looking at him, Chen Pingan laughed angrily. What do? I also look at Chief Zhou. This guy clearly learned the essence of Jiang Lao Zong's mainstream crime. Chief Zhou, who came to join in the fun and saw the master at the door, stopped, with an innocent look on his face. Can he blame himself? Bai Yi, although not a sword cultivator, is the real sword fairy in Jiang Shang's heart. Yes, rich family background made Jiang Shangjin feel inferior. Yu Xian thought for a moment, then Nian Su said, it's really not possible, this old man will go to Tongya continent in person, and wait for the last few months to see if we can meet this rising star on the talisman Dao for a while. It won't be realistic after a while, after all. This old man still needs to help me keep an eye on the trajectory of the green road outside the sky, so I shouldn't be too distracted. No one said anything polite and overkill. Jiang Shangjin said with a smile, then I will follow the old fairy Yu to return to my hometown, learn Huang Ting, and try my luck. But Chen Pingan said, Senior Yu should not leave his mind as a substitute in Xinghe, and rush to Tongya continent with his real body. Maybe he is waiting for this opportunity. Cui Dongshan nodded and said, that's true. Chen Pingan said, Senior, you don't need to pay attention to this matter, we will try to solve this hidden danger as soon as possible. Jiang Shangjin will go back first, and go to Tongya continent when the junior finishes dealing with his personal affairs. Yu Xian didn't have any pretentiousness, nodded and sighed, it's not easy to do things for others. If you don't succeed in 100 years, if you fail, it's more than enough. Don't be discouraged, just keep the clouds and see the moon, and I believe there will always be a time when the willows and flowers are bright and another village is bright. Cui Dongshan coughed a few times, Sir, that's all I want to talk about. I'll leave first. I'm exhausted by the car and boat, so I have to slow down and rest. Chen Pingan nodded and said in his heart, after the break, call Jiang Shangjin, and immediately go to the 2 places of Ohua blessed land, and work separately. You can call more people. In the near future, I will let Jiang Shangjin and Xie go bring the phoenix tree. Umbrella to Tongye continent. Cui Dongshan kept walking, and asked in his heart, Sir, are you worried that someone in those two places has been lurking for a long time and is making trouble secretly? It is reasonable to say that no matter who it is, it will show some respect to the old master. Since it is no matter who it is, then this includes carefulness. Indeed, no matter who it is, they are unwilling to take the initiative to provoke the master of Bixiao. Chen Pingan lowered his head slightly, his eyes were dark and unclear, and said indifferently, It's not some snakes in the dry swamp who are making waves, or there is a reason for the old man to kill the filth and fertile fields early. Hearing the words, Cui Dongshan walked slowly, his eyes were complicated, he hesitated to speak, and even turned to look at his husband. Chen Pingan raised his gaze and said, Fu Wushuang and misfortune do not come singly. Disasters, whether it is on Tong Yezhou or hidden in the blessed land, are of course bad things that are extremely worrying, but in a sense, it can also be regarded as a turning point. When something turns to the bottom, it is a good thing to go up. Cui Dongshan nodded lightly, then turned his head, and strode away with 2 snow-white sleeves. Seeing that the big white geese were gone, Chen Lingjun took courage, stood up and asked tentatively, Master Mountain Master, why don't I send Sect Master Cui to him? Just as Chen Pingan was about to nod his head, Yu Xian smiled and said, Daoist friend Jingqing, you just left after meeting. It's not appropriate or not. It's better to stay and chat with the old man for a while. Only then did Chen Lingjun raise his buttocks. Hearing the words, he opened his mouth wide and lowered his buttocks gently. If it wasn't for the mountain master sitting in the house, Chen Lingjun would only be more like sitting on pins and needles, burning his buttocks on fire. The boy in Tsing-yi sat back in the chair, his eyes were blank, and he was speechless. Bai also glanced at the boy in Tsing-yi. Chen Lingjun felt a little guilty. No one had told him who this tiger-headed boy was before. At that time, Uncle Chen couldn't keep his mouth shut. On the road, he met a high and a low walking together. Chen Lingjun found it interesting, laughed, and asked Jun Qian with his hands on his hips. Has the gentleman accepted another apprentice? Chen Lingjun saw that Mr. Jun Qian just smiled and didn't speak, his eyes seemed to be full of encouragement and recognition. Chen Lingjun looked at the handsome young man, and exclaimed in an old-fashioned manner, Okay, I will say that the child named Xing Yugan is not a fool, and he will have a good future in the future. The little brother in front of him has a very famous name. A cultivator with a pure and peculiar foundation, he is not cowardly, or he is not cowardly. Mr. Junqian has a double welcome, which is gratifying. I don't know if this little brother can drink wine. If he can, it happens to be with your master. Let's go to my house for breakfast together. Jun Qian smiled and said that his name is Bai Yi. He is definitely not a coward, but he is not my disciple, but a good friend. Chen Lingjun choked for a while, and he will never suffer the same loss twice. Never make the same mistake again. Therefore, we must not let the young man change his name. Instead, he hurriedly stopped putting his hands on his hips. The boy in Tsing-yi looked solemn, and then asked Mr. Jun Qian in his heart, Who is Bai Yi? Jun Qian smiled and said that it was the Bai Yi you thought. Chen Lingjun is familiar with the door and the road. This is called practice makes perfect. He held his forehead with lightning speed, and his body was swaying. Wandering a few steps, first striding and then flying, in the blink of an eye, the boy in Tsing-yi disappeared without a trace in an instant. After that, before Chief Shou went up the mountain, Chen Lingjun had been hiding in the house, euphemistically called thinking behind closed doors and practicing closed-door meditation. After Cui Dongshan walked out of the house, he thought about it, and what Mr. After a long wait, it finally came. Cui Dongshan let out a long breath, and one jumped up and rushed forward, shouting and drinking, punching and kicking, his sleeves snapped, and he hit a set of punches. Mr. Chen Pingon is in such a state of mind, so is it not the case for student Cui Dongshan? Bad things are not afraid of early, good things are not afraid of late. According to this statement, a series of sinister storms can indeed be regarded as the signs and beginnings of the next good thing. But in between, going up the mountain and going down the sect must be exhausted and laborious. Cui Dongshan didn't go back to his house, and his figure swept away, and then went over the wall to the courtyard where the parasol umbrellas were placed. Sitting on the other side of the step seemed to be waiting for someone, raised his 5 fingers, pinched his fingers for fortune-telling, and from time to time he lifted the other sleeve and shook it a few times. Cui Dongshan was bored, yawned, and finally waited for the two of them to come, and went to Lu Xianyang and Gu Kan of the Hushan faction. All the greetings were avoided. Cui Dongshan flicked his sleeves, set up a sword formation with golden light drawn in a circle, took out a scroll of paintings from his sleeves, and said in a low voice, "This portrait is drawn by the hand of the female crown of Tonggishao, Huang Ting. The head is messing with the demon clan, but the most likely, it is just the incarnation of an avatar. Brother Lu, what do you think?" How to say it? No matter what, I will listen to Brother Lu. Lu Xianyang stretched out his hand, not saying a word of nonsense. Cui Dongshan handed over the scroll, but he didn't let go. Will it startle the snake? Lu Xianyang sneered and said, "Brother Cui is wrong. I saw a snake with my own eyes. Where did you startle the snake and startle the grass? Don't linger, let go, give a stick first. If you don't hit 7 inches, wait for Laozi to hit. Let's talk." Big Brother Lu, once the realm status is high, the courage will become more and more incredible. It is worthy of being a suzerain, and the old domineering. My brother, don't flatter yourself, Sect Master Cui will sidestep this Sect Master. Cui Dongshan immediately put his feet together and jumped sideways. My little brother is ordered. Lu Xianyang turned his head to look at Gu Kan, lowered his voice and said, "Slug, if Chen Pingon comes to stop him, remember to help him and persuade him not to mind his own business." Gu Kan has already said, he didn't come, just glanced here and took Yu Xian for a walk to the top of the mountain. Lu Xianyang was heartbroken and scolded directly, things with no conscience. Cui Dongshan said angrily, "We are both suzerain masters, and we are on an equal footing. Brother Lu, if you say that, I will not be happy, brother." Lu Xianyang shook the picture scroll, let it hang in the air, and waved his hand again, signaling Cui Dongshan to cool off. The big white goose is another horizontal jump. Lu Xianyang just glanced at the portrait of the cultivator, then began to calm down, closing his eyes as if dozing off. Cui Dongshan didn't dare to disturb Lu Xianyang's asking sword in his dream. He just grinned and looked straight at Gu Kan. Gu Kan responded with a polite smile. Cui Dongshan said in his heart, "To be honest, it's not clear how others feel about you, at least neither Pei Qian nor I hate you." Gu Kan nodded and smiled, "It's easy to say." Cui Dongshan rubbed his hands together and said, "Since you don't hate me either, and we both look good to each other, why don't we both?" Gu Kan said bluntly, "No way." Cui Dongshan stared and said, "Anyway, listen to what I have to say before rejecting it." Gu Kan said, "If it is an outsider, I will chat with the outsider outside the door." Cui Dongshan gave a thumbs up and praised, "This is a beautiful word." Gu Kan hesitated for a moment, and bowed his thanks to the boy in white with a mole between his eyebrows, but didn't say a word. Cui Dongshan smiled brightly and bowed in return. They are all the most intelligent people, and they are the people closest to Chen Pingon, so they are all silent. Chen Pingon took Yu Xian to the top of Jilin Peak. In the past, the mountain temple was slightly repaired and turned into a simple building in the shape of a palace, but no plaques were hung for the time being. Following the old man's line of sight, Chen Pingon smiled and said, I originally thought about the name of the plaque, just 2 words. If you read it from right to left, it is Taoism. If you read it from left to right, it is Taoism. Yu Xian's eyes lit up. What a good idea. It seems that there is no such plaque in the immortal mansion on the top of the mountain. Seeing that the opportunity was not good, Chen Pingan had no choice but to say, agree in advance, seniors should not steal the ideas of juniors. Yu Xian pondered for a moment, then smiled, I'm sure it won't be plagiarism. I'm not that cheeky. How about buying it with you? I lent you 500 gold and copper coins without any interest. Chen Pingan just shook his head, no. Yu Xian sighed and had no choice but to give up. Chen Pingan is a Confucian disciple, so it's not good to hang these 2-character plaques on the top of the mountain. After all, it will look like a Taoist priest, but wouldn't it be just right to fill the golden peak in Taofu Mountain for himself? Chen Pingan waited and waited, never thinking that the old man has no attitude of insisting on his own opinion at all, and there is no reason to start talking about business, so Chen Pingan began to deter 1 or 2, Senior, the matter of price is actually easy to negotiate. Don't talk about it. The old man is not a fool. Is it possible to spend 500 gold and copper coins just to buy 2 words? Lu Dao Chen, who hates too much money, is rare after all. Yu Xian smiled and waved his hand, silent for a long time, and said softly, Master Qin, you still need to be yourself, and you are most afraid of being powerless when you do things. Chen Pingan said, the younger generation is already in retreat. Yu Xian also said, I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and I failed 2 retreats to break through. Chen Pingan hummed. Suddenly, the old man asked, what? Are you already in retreat? Chen Pingan smiled and said, I dare not deceive the seniors. Yu Xian couldn't care about any taboos on the mountain, so he hurriedly asked curiously, you have to make it clear that you have enough money. Before the old man came, he had already collected 1,500 gold and copper coins and started to make swords. Or retreat in general. Chen Pingan replied frankly, it's not sword training, but retreat. Yu Xuani stomped his feet and said helplessly, good boy. This is already in a closed-door situation. If this is a little bit wrong, the old show can't call me half-dead. Chen Pingan said helplessly, I can't predict the profit, how can I guess that Senior Yu will go to the Luopa mountain? Yu Xian took a deep breath, held his breath, stomped his feet, spread his hands and said, I wish the mountain master here a smooth retreat. After a while, Yu Xian was stunned, Chen Pingan, isn't your retreat a bit too mysterious? Can you talk about it? I can isolate the world and chat in private. Chen Pingan smiled and said, if it is successful, I will invite the seniors to drink again, and we will not talk about it now. Yu Xian nodded and said, it's okay, it's okay. At the moment, the old man can't wait to have any auspicious words to say together with the beans. Chen Pingan rested on the white jade railing with one hand and asked with a smile, Senior Yu, I can be more casual. Yu Xian was the first to sit on the railing, you can do whatever you want. Chen Pingan turned over and sat down, took out a red wine gourd, and asked, Old Master, you know that there are many immortal houses in Haranjojo, whether there is a dragon-killing platform that is willing to sell, it doesn't matter the size, it is fine. As long as you are willing to sell, even though offer. Yu Xian shook his head and said, you can't buy this stuff. Going around, once it appears in the world, almost all of them are monopolized by the major sections. Even if it is not a kendo sect, it must be carefully hidden as a family heirloom. Chen Pingan used to have a jujube but not a jujube to hit a shot. Hearing that the very popular old man on the mountain said so, he had no thought of picking up the omission at all. Yu Xian said, I'll say hello to a few friends on the mountain when I look back, and help me see if there is such a good thing in the wild world." Chen Pingan took a sip of wine, thanked him, raised his head and took a sip of wine, and said with a smile, "It wasn't so rare in my hometown before. It was just that I didn't know the goods at that time, and I had a little money, so I just took it. I've come to buy a mountain. I'm young and ignorant, with shallow eye sockets, and I always feel that things that don't have long legs, fields, houses, etc., are the most secure." Yu Xian laughed heartily. "There is only one thing, I am very curious." Chen Pingan asked, "Is the old man curious about the rules of the town circulation?" Yu Xian Nianshu nodded, "No." Chen Pingan said, "I once asked senior brother Cui and Qing too, and then I asked Lu Qin. The answers were similar. They all said that because I didn't know the most fundamental contexts, I couldn't deduce the pursuit of the truth." Yu Xian smiled and said, "If it's not like this, how can Qingtong Tianjun use the fog to grow flowers and hide from the sky and cross the sea?" Chen Pingan laughed aloud, put away the sword-raising gourd that was used as a wine jug, twisted his wrist, and there was an extra dry tobacco rod. Yu Xian said in surprise, "Is this good?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Just like drinking, over time, habit becomes natural." Chen Pingan's two natal flying swords, and the method of refining swords in caged sparrows, is very simple and difficult, that is, eating dragon-slaying stones. What kind of a shortcut can this be? Dragon-slaying stone is even rarer than gold and copper coins. If it is really a sword repairer, it will be a little less, let alone saying that it has no market, it is directly priceless. The local people in the town are commonly known as Longji Mountain, and they store a large piece of dragon-slaying terrace, but the record of the Dali household department is Jialyo Mountain. In the history of the Dali Song dynasty, it was banned during the Chunhui period. The dragon-slaying platform, one of the two execution platforms in the ancient heavenly court, was smashed to pieces by a sword cultivator, and scattered in the world. The two largest cliffs were located in the later Aquarius Island and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. It is the rocky cliff of Longji Mountain that Dali named Jialyo Mountain and Lu Yen called it the ancient names Shenin, Tianbi, etc. The dragon-slaying cliff on Longji Mountain was originally divided into half by Fengshue Temple and Jinwu Mountain according to the agreement of the three parties. The Dali Song clan could help seal the mountain and mine it. Later, the Dali dynasty temporarily changed its mind and let the chief of the founding faction. The worship of Ruanqiong took a share of the pie, because Longquan Jianzong accounted for a small proportion, and Ruanqiong's identity and reputation were there, especially Fengshue Temple was Ruanqiong's maiden family, not to mention the former national teacher Cui Ying when in person I went to Jinwu Mountain, so on the Jinwu Mountain side, even if they were reluctant, they could only accept their fate. However, the fastest one to use up the dragon-slaying platform's share was the Wind Snow Temple. Over the years, only 2 elderly sword cultivators have been sent to cultivate there to symbolically guard the top of the mountain. After that, Ruanqiong's share followed, missing away. But the patriarch of the military family, who looked like a child in Fengshue Temple, obtained an ancient sword technique. The key is that the sword technique is extremely high, but the threshold is not high. Earth Immortal Sword Cultivator can practice this sword vein. And Ruanqiong also acquired a long-lost sword casting technique. After Lu Xianyang returned to his hometown, he often went there to hang out, saying that he was patrolling the mountain and the boundary of his own home, but his eyes were aimed at the stone cliff on the side of Jinwu Mountain, so he often guarded Lu Xianyang like a thief. Every time you enter the mountain, there will be monks in Jinwu Mountain who follow the suzerain master of Longquan sword sect. Therefore, when Chen Pingan returned to his hometown this time, he did not have any thoughts about that Longji Mountain. Even though he became the new national teacher of Dali not long ago, there was only dragon-slaying terrace left on Jinwu Mountain, so he didn't even think about it. Will not mention. At the head of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Chen Pingan formed Dan, Yuaning and Jade Pu one after another, and the number of flying swords climbed the steps, 100,000, 200,000, 400,000. There are only two ways to go, one is to improve Chen Pingan's realm, and the other is to eat gold and copper coins. This shortcut, compared to eating dragon stone, is really only relatively easy. Refining 1,500 gold and copper coins and integrating them into the long river of time that has already taken shape. It is roughly estimated that the number of flying swords that can be divided into one wellhead month is conservatively estimated, and it is hoped that it will reach 800,000. Maybe as many as 1,000,000. But this kind of sword training is extremely stable, but Chen Pingan's retreat this time has made him think so much about returning to the Summer Palace. Every detail has to be weighed repeatedly, and he dare not take a wrong step. Yu Xian rarely hesitated so much, and waved his sleeves to create a great formation of talismans. It's really itchy, you can talk to me about the matter of seclusion, just talk about it, let's talk about it, I live in seclusion with a method like yours. After so many years, it is still unheard of. Everyone on the mountain said that the height is 1 foot and the devil is 10 feet tall. I have to see how high it can be. So the real body is free to chat with seniors. These free days. The mind of Chen Pingan and the sword wielder who traveled to the sky together is not included in this list, so this is a distant echo that is like the connection between heaven and earth and mutual traction. A grain of heart is attached to the 9 talisman clones, forming a large formation, in line with the law of heaven and earth. Chen Pingan did not hesitate to use up 9 talismans, including 2 cyan talisman papers that were priceless and could not be bought with money. They are all disposable consumables. Unless the mountain is closed and a clone is put away, the talisman will continue to disperse until it is exhausted and eventually becomes a piece of waste paper. Wonderful, eye-opening. Yu Xian Nianqiu said with a smile, trouble Chen Daoyu, let's talk more carefully, and force him to be named. Chen Pingan was in high spirits, his eyebrows were soaring, he picked up the cigarette stick and gently knocked on the white jade railing, with a sonorous sound of gold and stone. Share your own thoughts and ideas with the old man. With a wave of his sleeves, the smoke curled up and turned into 9 portraits, and the hanging images were hexagrams. Why 7 displays? The owner of Qingshan Mountain in the unhappy Mangosteen building. The Lord Sorrows. The Bamboo Branch School's outer door knows that guests are outdated. The main Hai. Wu Di, a Taoist priest in Yushuan State, set up a stall. The Lord is Wrath. A middle-aged scribe in the Luzong Temple in Daliyu Prefecture. The main Desire. Traveling to Qingxing country, Chen Ren, a young man with a sword on his back, reappears in the world of Huan Mountain. The Lord Fears. In a small country on the south bank of Dadu, in the capital Secretary Province, there is a gentleman on Liang who does not steal books but only reads them. Lord Love. The open eyes and Taoist watchers of the lotus flower blessed land. Lord Evil. Why too hidden? A warrior with a golden body in the attire of a Taoist in the mountains. The big bearded saber is a ranger-like golden elixir. This is the first layer of background color, which belongs to laying the foundation with 7 emotions. Yu Xian nodded slightly, the owner of the mountain in green shirt, stay in the mountain, the 7 feelings are the main grief, and the grief is greater than the death of the heart. This is consistent with Chen Daoyu's saying that you can only live if you die. The Taoist friend was young and poor, and he liked to read but couldn't read it. Now he wants to get it. When he reads the content of the book, listens to the sound of turning the book, and smells the fragrance of the ink, he will naturally feel joy and love. If you don't get close to evil, you don't know good. It's to see the Tao. Only. When Chen Pingan heard this, he smiled knowingly, raised his finger, pointed to his heart again, and took over the conversation. It's just, after all, impartial, but it's my limit. Yu Xian smiled and said, what about the second layer's gold drawing method? Please ask fellow Daoist Chen to talk about it. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. The 9 portraits turned from static to each other, each with its own role and its own way in different scenes. After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan said, Senior may not know something, I was born on May 5th. Yu Xian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly said, do you want to get rid of the 5 poisonous hearts? During the wild trip, and Lu Chen borrowed the 14 realms, Taoism belongs to the growth of the seedlings, and Chen Ping's top priority is to eliminate hidden dangers. In this matter, Lu Chen not only reminded in advance, but also reminded afterwards that Chen Pingan must be sympathetic. Previously at the top of Splashing Imo Peak, Lu Chen had revealed secrets to Chao Rong, his direct disciple. It looks like a freehand landscape painting with splashing ink, but it is actually meticulous to the extreme. Lu Chen and Chao Rong leaked the secret, the content of words, and the true meaning of Buddhism and Taoism. Tao has its appearance, and heaven has its shape. To imitate the method of landscape, one must first grasp the landscape outside the painting. The one caught was the unwilling horse who needed to be subdued, the demon of the Taoist mind. Also at the top of Splashing Imo Peak, Zhou Qiu and Lu Tai and their group left Fengla town. They once saw another Chen Pingan, who was approaching from the mountains and rivers. He was completely different from the boy in straw sandals with a sword on his back. A young hidden officer who matches the image in his mind. The youthful appearance can be described as a jade tree facing the wind, full of Taoism, with a clear demeanor, wearing a golden crown, wearing a blue gauze robe, holding a white jade Ganoderma lucidum in his hand, and stepping on the cloud shoes. This is the clone of one of the hidden stars, the Prime Minister of the Great Array. This Chen Pingan is specially responsible for secretly guarding the Tao of the sword-backed teenagers who are not high in martial arts. That outfit, which was completely different from Chen Ping's usual, was not only good-looking, but also practical. To put it simply, in addition to just in case, you can make up for the lack of young Qin Ren, and if you can't beat him, you can run away, so that the entire team will not fall short, and will not give up halfway. And this young Taoist-looking Chen Pingan looks like a chi practitioner more than a chi practitioner, but he is actually a real warrior with a golden body, not a golden elixir. Chen Pingan did not hesitate to use a piece of cyan talisman paper. The other avatar that also used the cyan talisman paper, as Lu Chen had expected, was indeed a reckless man of 5 big and 3 thick, with a sword on his waist, and the appearance of a bearded ranger. This is still Chen Pingan being limited by the current nascent soul realm. Compared with the real talisman masters, his accomplishments in the talisman are indeed not so subtle. The original 2 valuable green talismans have been replaced by those of the talisman lineage. It is entirely possible to get the Dao Gaoxian to draw a talisman, and to create a pair of nascent soul realm and far travel realm martial artist clones respectively. Buddhists say that greed, hatred, ignorance, slowness and doubt are the 5 poisonous minds, which create bad karma and hinder the practice. Therefore, without eliminating the 5 poisonous minds, the so-called meditation is ultimately evil, and the supernatural powers cultivated are ultimately not the right law. Even the inner demons of cultivators come from this. And Chen Pingan's birthday happens to be the 5th day of the 5th lunar month. The almanac says that the month number is Xingyang, and the time is only the Dragon Boat Festival. Therefore, in the vast world, the customs are different in different places, but the purpose is the same. Children tie 5-color silk threads, women wear sachets, men drink realgar wine, craftsmen cast yang sui mirrors, and temples and Taoist temples invite paper talismans, or hang calamus and wormwood outside the door, or hanging statues of gods to exorcise evil spirits and ward off evil spirits. In short, they are asking for a safe home. According to the general saying of the hometown and small town, people born on this day are born broom stars. If you like listening to old people tell stories, you will get another saying with similar meaning but slightly different. May 5th used to be the day of offering sacrifices to gods. Just like a family's house, it should not be located behind temples and ancestral halls. The truth is that everyone burns incense and worships the gods and kowtows. The living people of that family can afford this gift. In the same way, how can a child born on May 5th bear this life? Of course, when the orphan in Mud Ping Lane grows up, especially when he becomes a well-known landowner in the western mountains in that state city, the old sayings and principles will not change, but they will often add another sentence, that the child's parents know the rules. Knowing to help their son come up with a good name early, Pingant, Ping Pingin, the more rustic the name, the more able to live, and at the same time the meaning is good. This is not only the later good fortune of Chin Pingan, not only can he afford it, still able to keep it, the name, Chin Pingan, naturally deserves a lot of credit. Chin Pingan relies on a Taoist Baidu formation with 7 manifestations and 2 hidden elements, follows the method of mountain climbing and abiding by one method, and then uses Buddhist methods to eliminate the 5 hearts. They are both cultivating their own way and protecting their own way. As Chow Rong said, the first serious illness in young people is high qi, because the blood is strong, irritable and easy to anger. But just the opposite of what Tianjun Chow Rong had guessed, the sword-carrying teenager Chen Ren was suspicious rather than angry, so Lu Chenkai said that the scabbard of the young man was empty. This kind of symbol is exactly the meaning of the clay bottle alley teenager who walked out of his hometown. He had an incomparably strong self-denial, which led to uncertainty, theorems, and fixed laws, and more self-doubt. The first Chen Pingan that Lu Chen saw was the outdated sect of the Chushan bamboo branch. The second one is Chen Ren, a sword-backed boy wearing straw sandals who appeared in the Hehuan Mountains. This is Chen Pingan making a review. In the past, the young man in the rough alley used to take one step at a time, think far, and carefully looked at the whole unfamiliar world and the world. Hence, doubt. A middle-aged scholar who copied scriptures every day and occasionally watched the world of Yunqi in a Luzong temple in the territory of Yuzhou of the Dali dynasty. There is a Buddhist saying that cultivating precepts, calmness, wisdom, and greed, hatred, and delusion, and the Vinaya school recognizes the strictest precepts. However, a Confucian student who stayed in an ancient temple and had a rough meal every day, in addition to copying Buddhist scriptures every day, would also practice Dao Men Lei Fa at the same time. The mind that is eliminated, what is the mind? Is greed. In the capital of Yushuan Kingdom, Taoist Wu Di, as the person who lifted the net after casting the net, is very close to the Ma family in Xinghua Lane of the Qiu family. And Chen Pingan deliberately added fuel to the fire. This avatar is the anger of the 7 emotions, so he can use this to sharpen his heart. This is the real hatred. The dignified and hidden official, who almost dismantled the entire Xingyang mountain to pieces, forced a monument to be erected at the border. But it is the Zhuji faction that is close to Xingyang mountain and is very likely to become a vassal mountain. It is an outsider who only pays a few snow money every month. This is a kind of slow that doesn't seem to be superficial at all. It doesn't matter whether others know it or not, but it comes from the heart. Chen Pingan, the avatar who stayed on the first floor of the Luo Pao Mangosteen building, was both a resting place and a reading room. There are 8 booklets on the desk, and the books vary in thickness and content. In addition to Buddhist Zen, Vinaya, Pure Land, etc. There are also excerpts and reading experiences of Taoist classics, including landscape travel notes, geography, and many miscellaneous books involving the art of war, farming, and yin and yang. The human affairs and experiences of the human world under the mountain, and so on, are compiled into books one by one. If the Qixuan and the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's two hidden, a total of 9 talisman avatars attached to the mind, are regarded as jointly compiling a book, then the Chinpingan, who stayed in the bamboo tower in the mountain, is not only the chief inspector, but also the chief compilation officials are both compiling and critiquing school books. Is crazy. All kinds of mixed knowledge and knowledge must be transformed into the so-called good teachers of Buddhism, and ignorance must be broken. Knowing these inside stories and plans, Yu Xian was greatly amazed, and was amazed, for a while he didn't know how to speak. Yu Xian asked a digression, is it really just to break through the realm and return to Yupu? Chenpingan said, since Baidu is dead. If there is no vengeance, I am not me. Since it's not a battlefield killing, it's a personal vendetta, it's even simpler, and killing people still needs to be punished. Yu Xian was silent for a moment, without the slightest murderous intent, and the old man couldn't even notice the murderous ripples of the young fellow Daoist around him. Yu Xian calmed his mind and asked, is there a third floor? Yes. The master said that the gentleman is the 3, the benevolent is not worried, the knowledgeable is not confused, and the brave is not afraid. Chenpingan nodded and said, there are also 6 arts passed down by the most holy masters, which together are exactly 9. It is used to tame a Taoist mind, so that the real body will not go into trouble. More secrets have been leaked on one after another. Taoist Wudit set up a stall for fortune-telling, mainly studying the rituals of Taoism in Longhu Mountain, supplemented by visiting the Confucian Taichung Temple, the Ancestral Temple and other regulations and systems, so it is the Li of the 6 arts of the gentleman. Knowing that the customer is outdated, whenever fishing, he begins to try to use mental arithmetic and arithmetic as the background, and go deep into the roots of business and farming knowledge. This is the number of the 6 arts. The gentleman on Liang, who was hidden in the library of the Secretary Province, carried with him several ancient character books borrowed from the Confucian Temple, supplemented the group scriptures, inscriptions on tablets, and specialized in exegesis, which was called books. The middle-aged scribes in the Yuzhou Temple listened to the morning bells and the evening drums every day, and the Buddhists sang the sound of wooden fish. When copying books, the nibs were scratched on the rough rice paper. In the dead of night, people listened to the spring water flowing into the temple. The big scroll of the door, and Xian Qi, as long as you are willing to listen, where in the world is not Gongshangjiu Zhenyu? Therefore, it is the joy of the 6 arts. The burly man with bearded bears looks like a warrior but is actually a fairy. In addition to a saber, he also carries a bow on his back. It is just a real arrow, and arrows are connected like a series of arrows, but not the real bow behind him, but the continuous breathing of ancient real people. The shooting that truly conforms to Taoism. In the lotus root blessed land, high in the sky, looking down on the geography, as the nominal owner of a blessed land, arranging the world, opening up the road, the teacher is famous. So it is royal. Yu Xian shook his head, not denying, not disapproving. It's the old man doesn't know what to say anymore. If there are only some ideas, really whimsical, and then let others find it unbelievable, but as long as you can't practice it and do it in a proper way, it is still a lofty loft in the sky, just beautiful. This is not the case for Chenpingan, step by step, interlocking. No one is not Chenpingan himself, and no one does not conform to a part of his original heart, and then follow the road with big strides. Yu Xian sighed and sighed again, and finally was willing to speak. At present, there are only 3 gentlemen left, and the straw shoe boy is a brave man who is not afraid. The master of the bamboo tower and green shirt is a wise man who is not confused. A pure martial artist full of Tao Qi. Is the benevolent not worried? Chenpingan shook his head and said, I really thought this way at the beginning, but after thinking about it, I felt that it didn't make much sense, so I made some changes. The young Chenren watched the art of war while walking, cooperated with Kanyu to find dragons and acupoints, and also practiced the 5 elements of yin and yang. During his years as a kiln apprentice, he literally went into the mountains to eat soil and began to identify the nature of soil very early. No matter how weak or timid, people must look forward and move forward. In this way, as Yu Xian guessed, it is only reasonable that the brave are not afraid. Yu Xian remembered something. There was an archway in Chen Pingan's hometown, and one of the plaques was doing his part. Yu Xian Nianshu nodded and said, "Understood." Never thought that Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Senior is wrong. It's not that the benevolent is not worried, but the knower is not confused. It is precisely because he knows some things that he must do his part, so the knower is not confused." Yu Xian chewed it for a while, then couldn't help but slapped his knees and said, "This solution is wonderful." Yu Xian praised again and again, then the bamboo tower, green shirt, and Chen Pingan do not move their nests, and sit on the top of the mountain, like the commander-in-chief of the military tent. It seems that he is pursuing a knowledgeable person who will not be confused, but it is not. It is for the sake of the benevolent not to worry. Chen Pingan put away his cigarette stick, stood up, stretched his waist, his eyes were hot, so, then learn boxing and swordsmanship, study and cultivate Taoism, and work hard. After all, there must be a pursuit. So this is the real, brave is not afraid, in Chen Pingan's mind, which falls on the pure warrior who carries the flying sword. The poor and lonely young man, on the side of the beloved woman, once had a rhetoric. The patriarch of the 3 sects blocked the way, and also gave way to me. Later, when Zhu Lu learned boxing, the old man Cui Qing once said that he wanted to teach martial artists all over the world to see my boxing, but he felt that the sky was above me. On the top of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, young foreigners once had a voice, but only the boss Jian Xian listened to it. Yu Xian raised his head and asked with a smile, "Fellow Daoist, there will never be a 4th floor, right?" "Have." Chen Pingan held his sleeves in both hands, raised his head high, squinted and smiled. "I am the last hidden officer of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and I am a sword cultivator. Of course, I need to practice swords. For example, to create a small world. It is said that everything is difficult only at the beginning, and everything is not difficult when there is a beginning. Using the supernatural powers of the 2 natal flying swords to superimpose each other, through the sight, hearing and imagination of the 9 avatars, to re-engraving, imitating and imitating, all the faces, eyebrows, eyes, clothes, atmosphere, tone of voice, and words. Words and sentences, recorded one by one, astronomical geography, human mountains and rivers, flowers and trees, buildings of various colors, delicacies, dead and living things, Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoism, and the knowledge of hundreds of schools of thought. In addition to the collection of books in the tall building in Xinhu, and those sycamore leaves in the Yaolu in Tongisao town, each sycamore leaf is an illusion world. Qingtong is not used properly, it is empty, but as long as it falls into the hands of Chen Pingan. Millions of flying swords and talismans are extremely subtle, expand extremely vast, build extremely high, far and thick, and achieve both reality and reality, true and false. Chen Pingan can create a small world within a long river of time. As long as Chen Pingan successfully created the first small world of the Great Tao, where the cycle is complete, and where all sentient beings naturally arise and do not know what one is, as long as there is one, there are no 2, 3, 4. With 2, 3, and 4, once 3,000 small thousand worlds are created, can't we finally create a large thousand world? Yu Xian said in a complicated mood, "Is there a 5th floor?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Yes, as long as the first Shaoqian world is built, I can deal with me, and I ask myself about boxing without knowing it, and I hope to become the 11th realm of martial arts. Yu Xian asked, is there a 6th floor? Chen Pingan smiled and said, Senior also thinks highly of me. Yu Xian smiled and said, can I not look down on fellow Taoists? The old man raised his head to look at Yu Boy. It was not a while. Chen Pingan quickly apologized and sat back on the railing. Yu Xian was silent for a long time, and said to himself, I have to say, it should be like this in the original way. If the Taoist is like this, he is a real person. Chen Pingan was hesitant to say anything, and finally said, Junior belongs to the dojo in the shell of snails, so I have to do it as a last resort. The seniors are different, so there is no need for this. Yu Xian smiled and said, why are you still scolding the master? You scolded me for a smooth journey in my practice and never worrying about money. Chen Pingan looked into the distance, put his hands lightly on his knees, and said with a smile, to be honest, the younger generation also wants to be scolded like this. He was poor at a young age, his parents died, he suffered from hunger and cold, and he liked to read but could not open up. I have left my hometown, the sky is high and the earth is wide, and I have seen and heard strange things. I traveled far away, and I walked around the rivers and lakes to treat people with sincerity. A little girl in black rushed to the top of the mountain. Yu Xian had quietly removed the talisman formation. Seeing that the good mountain master and the old immortal seemed to be talking about business, he stopped abruptly, thinking about going back to the house. Chen Pingan smiled and waved, is something wrong? Millet Grains trotted towards the good man mountain master, another one stopped and stood straight, holding a green bamboo stick in his arms, scratching his face, brows are burning, Jingqing doesn't know what's going on, he said that he will move to a small town to ride a dragon. I lived in the lane for a few days, and I asked him several times, but there was no reason. Chen Pingan held back his laughter, and said with a straight face, 100,000 urgent, don't delay. Go quickly and return, and then investigate and report again. Millet stomped her feet, frowned her pale and yellowish brows, nodded vigorously, and said with a serious look, I have an order. Turning around and running away, he turned back on the same road, carrying a golden pole on his shoulders and holding a walking stick, running like a wheel. Yu Xian twists his beard and laughs, and Luopa Mountain has a good family style. Sword of Coming Chapter 1092. Yu Shiwu was silent for a moment, and asked curiously, can you control the speed of time passing by in this world? Chen Pingan remained silent, and in an instant, what Yu Shiwu saw in his eyes was a strange phenomenon. The heavy snow stopped suddenly, and spring blossoms bloomed in a blink of an eye open, the grass grows and the warblers fly. Groups of young children fly paper kites on the bank. The rainy season is continuous, the summer flood is soaring, the river is bright and moonlit, the water waves are not moving, the lines are like picturesque lines, and there is a ferryman who looks like a fairy or a spirit thin as a solitary bamboo. Taoist clothes are as white as wild clouds. I saw him stepping on a flat boat, without the need for a boatman to support the wormwood, his robes flew across the river. The autumn wind was rustling, and the villager was noisily carrying 2 bamboo cages containing men and women to the water's edge, and finally ushered in another heavy snowfall in the freezing weather. For Yu Shiwu, a bystander, the changing scenery of the 4 seasons, the customs of each season are like a picture book that is quickly turned by the spectator. During this process, Yu Shiwu's body can fully perceive the warmth and coldness of the seasons change. But just when Yu Shiwu decided that Chen Pingan could indeed control the long river of time at will at this time, Chen Pingan suddenly raised his hand, hung it in front of Yu Shiwu's eyes, and snapped his fingers. You have heard of it before? Between the words, Yu Shiwu was horrified to find that he and Chen Pingan were in a dark place where he could not see his fingers. In the night, Chen Pingan smiled, a leaf can block the eyes. Since this leaf can make people see nothing, of course it can. What people see is nothing more than a small carving on a leaf by a craftsman. Compared with working hard to create a small world with no omissions or flaws, will it save time, effort, money and worry if you manipulate your vision? Just when Yu Shiwu was doubtful, Chen Pingon had already pulled Yu Shiwu back to the place, stretched out his hand to catch a snowflake, and muttered to himself, I participated in the Confucian temple discussion earlier, and at a ferry, I had the honor to meet with Mr. Zheng. Take a walk together during a certain journey. Mr. Zheng said something strange, which I still can't believe until now. He said I once saw two identical snowflakes. Yu Shiwu bent down to pick up some thinner stones from the shore, and threw them towards the surface of the water, causing the water to float, causing a series of unconnected ripples, and the water flowers blossomed in order from large to small. At this moment, a misty young woman slowly walked out of the water. She was slim and tall in green clothes and yellow crown. She said that as long as she could guess her name, she could enter the Zhuishui mansion. Yu Shiwu glanced at Chen Pingon, thinking what was going on, guessing lantern riddles. Chen Pingon reminded with a smile, get the narcissus, the green sleeve and the yellow crown. I can't remind fellow Taoists more. The narcissus looked at Yu Shiwu with hope in his eyes, but the latter was like an elm who didn't understand. Like a lump, she waited for a while, but she couldn't wait for the answer, so she could only sigh quietly. Where did the water fairy come from? The green sleeve, the yellow crown and the white Yueying. Yueying regrets that she has nothing to do with the young master, so let's say goodbye first, and then we will meet later. Yu Shiwu wanted to get back the place, pointed to Chen Shanju beside him, and asked, why does the fairy treat one more than another, and don't ask my friends around me? She smiled and said, I like to judge people by their appearance. Yu Shiwu laughed out loud. Chen Pingon looked calm. When the narcissus returned to the water, Chen Pingon joked, you Taoist, you should study more in the future, won't you miss a marriage? Yu Shiwu asked, when will you be willing to restore my real body in realm? It can be roughly confirmed that the skin that I have now belongs to a kind of uncommon Yin spirit travels out of the body, and the real body has been detained by Chen Pingon and suppressed in a certain place. Recovering the memory earlier was like an empty skin, like an empty water tank. Someone poured water from the water tank next door into it. Chen Pingon smiled and said, what's the rush? I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Just think of me as a pawnshop shopkeeper, pawn shop. After careful study, it is quite vivid. It's a good metaphor indeed. Yu Shiwu said, then switch identities and try it with you. Chen Pingon remained silent, turned his head and looked at Yu Shiwu with a smile. Yu Shiwu was shocked. Could it be? My spare time is Chen Pingon, and Chen Pingon, in front of me, is the real self. Chen Ping patted Yu Shiwu on the shoulder, and couldn't help but smile and said, don't be nervous, I don't have Mr. Zheng's ability yet. What I have heard is bizarre and unimaginable, which can be described as the eyes and ears of the new world. What's more, Yu Shiwu always feels uneasy when he is always so procrastinating, with his hands out of the sky and his feet on the ground. Chen Pingon smiled and comforted, don't worry, I won't stay here for a long time, and I will show you a few more places. Then you decide whether you want to partner with me and do something different together. As long as you nod, I just withdrew from here. Hearing this, Yu Shiwu asked, what if I still refuse to nod? Chen Pingon replied with a smile, didn't I say, I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, this sentence will work for you, of course it works for me. Yu Shiwu was full of helplessness, and this guy made it clear that he wanted to exhaust himself, so it just depends on who can survive who. Afterwards, Yu Shiwu saw a scroll. In the painting, a young scholar who went on a study tour and stayed here in the temple read a book until late at night. He was so tired that he fell asleep at his desk. Cigarettes are rising slowly, and the dream content appears in the clouds like a picture scroll. The man is dreaming of a beautiful cardamom girl holding a castanet and singing. Strange flowers and weeds are growing on the rocks beside the house, and there is a donkey drinking water from the trough. There is a towering tree beside it, with a crescent moon hanging from the top of the tree in the sky. Inside the moon, there is a Guanghan palace as small as a mustard seed. In the spotless heavenly palace, there is also a cold fairy, who is doing makeup in front of the mirror. Except for the face of the fairy, there is still an image of a picture scroll on the wall of the house. It is a picture of a scholar sleeping at his desk, just like the 3 calamities of the chess record. Cycle. Chen Pingan explained for Yu Shiwu, the chess masters here only need to compare the thousands of chess records to make their moves. They can follow the step by step, just like copying the text of books. Chess players with different chess abilities are equipped with different levels of chess players. Chess records, if you don't enter the game yourself, it's enough for you to watch for several years without any flaws. As for the common chess games in the market, there are all chess remnants, all of which are seemingly tricky formulas. It's easier. Of course, in the final analysis, these methods are all walking on the path of the predecessors, taking shortcuts. Not to mention happy tailoring. Yu Shiwu frowned and asked, "Suppose I didn't know that I entered the illusion beforehand, but I had doubts in my heart, and I am a master of chess." Chen Pingan said, "Then you will not enter this world. For example, you may walk into a place where Go has not yet appeared. When you are in it, if you have leisure and elegance, you can become the originator of this way. This joy might dispel some of your doubts." Yu Shiwu shook his head, "Show me mistakenly planted, one-word difference, ambiguity abounds." Chen Ping said with a smile, "When copying the inscriptions, do you want to learn the brush or the blade?" Yu Shiwu changed the subject, limited by your real background, so these phantom worlds are not of high quality. The deer-riding fairy and the deer-riding fairy appeared earlier. The female Narcissus, is your skill at the pinnacle. Together with me and the old owners of the Xianfu ruins, all the truths are added together, and the one you get is destined to be no higher than what you have stored in your current state, the total amount of aura. Then can I understand it this way: we people are a collection of mountains and rivers and all things, about equal to you? Chen Ping smiled and said, "That's right or wrong." Yu Shiwu seemed to have caught a little inspiration, and asked himself, "Thousands of arrangements, in general terms, are just equivalent to an inferior blessed place created by you?" Chen Pingan said, "Wait and see. The marketplace, the rivers and lakes, the temples, and finally the ethereal mountain. Just like a craftsman's practice, from easy to difficult, step by step. But if the technique stops here, then it will be inferior to the original work of a blank paper blessed land. In the eyes of the monks on the top of the mountain, it is naturally difficult to say the word good fortune." So Yu Shiwu soon saw a majestic mountain top that seemed to be the origin of the world's dragon veins. There was an old man with bare and breasts. From the mouth spit out the colorful treasures of heaven, material and earth, and draw a trail of radiance, scattered all over the world. Yu Shiwu was in a daze, and sighed, "If it's not an illusion, it's at least the size of a medium blessed place. Where did you get so much spiritual energy?" Chen Pingan said, "To be honest, I am in Luopashan, and I have a good family background. After all, following Li Xing's trip to the outer world was very rewarding." Yu Shiwu jumped out suddenly, if you have collected all the golden fragments in the world, wouldn't you be?" Speaking of this, Yu Shiwu shook his head, it was too whimsical. Once it's done, wouldn't Chen Pingan be able to rebuild a heaven 10,000 years ago? "I never thought about it." Chen Pingan said, "I have thought about it, but I have only thought about it. Not only is this matter too difficult, it is almost destined to be a fantasy of fetching water from a bamboo basket. I also worry that this move will fall into a situation similar to the cycle of 3 calamities. Killed this early, I thought I shouldn't have. Yu Shiwu put his head in his hands. Chen Pingan said, a person who never doubts whether the world is real or not, must the world he lives in be real? A person who insists on questioning whether the world is real or not, must the world he lives in be fake? As for the truth or falsehood of I, the one who wants to know the answer the most is that there are 2 people I know. Lu Chen, Xing Juzhong. There are also 2 who are most qualified to give the answer. Buddha and Taoist ancestors. When Yu Shiwu heard this, he asked cautiously, then what about the most holy teacher? Chen Pingan thought for a while, and replied, the most holy teacher doesn't seem to care much about this. Yu Shiwu was silent for a long time, and finally opened his heart for the first time. I actually knew my ultimate fate a long time ago. 10,000 years ago, a total killing. Yu Shiwu carried an overwhelmed karma. This is a kind of misery even for Yu Shiwu, who is a genius in cultivating Taoism. For example, ordinary masters can buy an umbrella and wait for the rainy day, but Yu Shiwu must have a means to prevent the rain from falling. How can it be done? So for so many years, Yu Shiwu has taken the external affairs very lightly. Just like a certain figure in a series of illusions seen in the inn on the left side of Handan Road, the widow of the proprietress of the restaurant, she no longer cares whether tomorrow's fate is good or bad. Whenever Yu Shiwu thought of her, he would think of himself, and then he would think of the wind-blowing cloth cover outside the restaurant. It seems that all of this is Chen Pingan's hint to himself. Is it a kind of a fortune-telling? Probably guessing what Yu Shiwu was thinking, Chen Pingan said, it's like telling your own fortune. What's next? Just wait like this. Then do you know what is the meaning of asking for fortune-telling for ordinary people in the market? The meaning is that if you calculate a good fate, you can just move forward with peace of mind. If you calculate a bad fate, you have to change your way of practice, you have to change your mind and think about it, and you have to get rid of certain smudges, so the practice of Taoism has never been limited to the mountains. If not, how to turn bad fate into good fate, how to burn the IOUs for debt collectors, and how to clear debts for debt repayers are the practice of everyone. When Yu Shiwu heard this, the sadness on his face faded. Chen Pingan said, I still have to ask you a question. Should this life pay off the debts of the previous life, and should this life be responsible for the next life? Yu Shiwu was at a loss. Chen Ping smiled and said, there is still one more question, let's forget it for now. It won't be too late to ask after you figure out the answer to the first question. Yu Shiwu's head was as big as a bucket, and he waved his hands and said, don't ask, don't ask. Hurry up and change places. It is not easy to practice Taoism and become an immortal. There is a place of Taoism with beautiful mountains and clear waters, and there is a fairy family mansion with a long history. The mountains and rivers are beautiful, the ins and outs, the spiritual energy is clean and abundant, and there is no need for turbid air. They came to a fairy house, a women's boudoir. Those who practice Taoism sit on futons in the dojo, fast behind closed doors, or burn incense, or light talismans. These are common time-keeping objects on the mountain, which are used to help chi practitioners determine the size of the circle. It's just the interior decoration, which is too powdery. It was empty, and the hostess, who must be a chi practitioner, seemed to have not returned for the time being. I saw that mountain before the door archway and the cliff carvings in the mountains. Yu Shiwu judged that this place should be called Huarue Peak of Qinhuang Mountain. This time, this place, and this scene are like the end. Yu Shiwu asked, is this one of templates, paradigms for you to build the fairy house on the mountain? Chen Pingan nodded and said, so compared with ordinary female nuns, there are more decorations in the house, which is a bit bloated and complicated, but it is still in line with her current identity, age and mood. 17 years old, before she went up the mountain, was born in a top wealthy family. After going up the mountain, she was pampered by the elders of the teacher's family. She often went down the mountain to practice. Money doesn't blink, just buy. In recent years, she has often complained about herself. She has always disliked her skin being a little darker, and her eyebrows are a little thicker, and she feels that she is not good enough. The disfigurement of her is even more said. A senior sister once warned her not to try to touch that face. Ordinary weak people, as well as those who practice martial arts in the rivers and lakes, tend to lose their spirits when they speak frequently, while those who go to the mountains to cultivate immortals belong to the category of for a good fate. You can't even touch the facial features of a face, so once the fundamentals are touched, in the long run, it is destined to be a loss-making business that is not worth the gain. Yushiru casually picked up a small Ganoderma powder box made of seed material carved with deer and Ganoderma on the dressing table. Where are the tools? Chenping said with a smile. I asked a very important and good question. You always like to say that you are not familiar with the world and common affairs. You are too modest. Yushiru said, thanks to you, I have been able to travel here for thousands of years. No matter how inattentive I am to the things around me, there are always a few things that I will never forget. On the other side of the painting table, there is an inkstone screen with a red sandalwood frame, and a pair of white glazed porcelain incense sticks from Taisher and Shaosher. On the other side of the window frame, there are 3 porcelain pots of narcissus placed side by side. It can be said to be dazzling and wonderful. Yushiru glanced past. They all have their origins. Chen Pingon nodded and said, they all have their own inheritance and stories. As for valuable antiques, the most important thing is an orderly spread. If there is no background story, it is not so important. It's worth a lot of money. For example, on the table is a Mayutang treasured bridge-ear burner, also known as the Phoenix Eye burner, engraved with 3 characters, Jiang Nyangzi. It was given to the first generation of the Imperial Academy by the founding emperor, and it is a family heirloom of her family. The jade bamboo fan bestowed by the teacher has 18 arhats engraved on one side of the fan bone, which is lifelike. The other side is engraved with words, the peach is strong and 3,000 years old, and the bottom of the pen can bloom in an instant. I have eaten it on the top, and I am still drunk for a day. Shoumei and Mingji, respectively, are the few masters of bamboo carving in the dynasty. Among them, the most valuable one, she thought it was the incense burner, but it is not. The bronze vanity mirror that I bought at a side stall was engraved with the word Wushan. Belongs to the kind of heretical magic weapon, and one day in the future, she will know that the ancient mirror is a secret place of cloud and rain that can be both charming and beautiful, and also mysterious in Taoism. Yushiru was amazed. Actually, this is the one that takes the most time. Chen Pingon threw Yushiru a picture album of ladies. After Yushiru took it, he opened it and found that every page was painted with the same beautiful woman, but with different styles of makeup, hairpins and dresses. Yushiru didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but Chen Pingon said seriously, food, housing, and transportation should come first, and you can't be sloppy. Yushiru probably couldn't stand the strong smell of makeup here, so he put down the album, opened the window and looked into the distance, and murmured, Chen Pingon, if I knew this, I wouldn't have conflicted with you if I killed you. Chen Ping smiled and said, I'm overwhelmed. Chen Pingon picked up the album that Yushiru had put back in its place, and asked casually, Yushiru, do you have a special sense of accomplishment? Yushiru shook his head and said, you know, I look at cultivation, it's relatively light, and I can't get too excited about doing anything. Jinwu Mountain has its own inheritance. Hope or ambition, how to meet or achieve. Chen Pingon, how about you? Chen Ping said with a smile, when I was young, I didn't need to look at the price when I bought books casually. And when I met an expert on the road, I could feel calm. Yushirwu nodded and said, "We must compare pennies and bahts, earn money stingily, spend thousands of dollars, spend money generously, choose or reject, and feel very happy." As if remembering something, Yushirwu smiled. "There is a gossip that a young Hamid official was fighting outside that city. He used to dress up as a woman, conceal the truth, and earn merit by killing the enemy." Chen Pingan didn't even deny it, and said without shame, "People in the Jianghu don't stick to trifles. I remember that it was Lu Ji who leaked the inside story at the Sword Chi Great Wall first. Good things don't go out, and foreign affairs spread thousands of miles." In order to eliminate the influence of this rumor, Chen Pingan also figured out a method similar to adding water to the wine, which was to let Lin Junbai and those handsome boys who looked at the blue sky with white eyes follow suit, but unfortunately they were all rejected. Chen Pingan asked, "Where did you hear the gossip? Who is so well informed?" Naturally, Yushirwu would not be foolish enough to divulge the source of the news, and joked, "This is to block the door first and then gag. If we can't reach an agreement, we will kill people to silence it." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "It won't happen." Yushirwu put away his smile, and said in a deep voice, "Think it over. I'm willing to use this place as a place for cultivating Taoism, whether it's fleeing from disaster or changing my life. I will believe you once. Shall I swear?" Chen Ping waved his hand. "Some people swear to God is useless, but some people are more useful than swearing, and you belong to the latter." Yushirwu probably untied his heart knot, and his temperament changed, which made his eyebrows brighter, and said with a smile, "I can trust myself, but I can't completely trust Qin Shanju. You have to swear." Chen Ping laughed it off. "This time it's rare to speak from your heart. Let me tell you in advance that hiding here is not a perfect solution, at most it is an extra layer of buffer. First, I can only try to ensure that you will not die, and that you will not be killed because of someone deliberately. To hinder the return of that existence to its original owner, let you die suddenly one day or be forced to walk away, or use some means that you and I can't think of now, one step in advance, and deal with Yushiwu's real body, soul and those three martial arts are all just to prevent that existence from returning to the peak and being able to replenish the body. These are aimed at conspirators. Second, if the righteous master comes to you and asks you for debts, I can only say to help you mediate, make a negotiation and try to get him to agree to keep all your mind and memory. 10,000 years ago, the first military solution, in the strict sense of the word, was the first ancestor of the military family who had both the merit of opening the sky and the fault of splitting. 5 copies, his soul was imprisoned 10,000 years. Martial arts in the world began with this person. According to the clues obtained by Chen Pingan and his own derivation, there is a piece of martial arts hidden in the underwater lotus root shrine in Qingming Tianxia. In addition, Yushirwu inherited one of the martial arts passed down from generation to generation in the family. The Confucian temple instructed Jiang and Wei, the 2 old patriarchs of the ancestral military families of the Central Plains, to donate the other 2 copies of martial arts to Yushirwu of Jinwu Mountain. The last part of martial arts belonged to somewhere in the Western Buddhist kingdom. It is obvious that once Aquarius continent is captured by the wild monsters, Cui Chan will break the can and smash the table directly. Whether he does it himself or persuades the Confucian temple, he will finally get the ancestors of the 3 religions to nod. In short, Cui Chan must have the means to win in the future. The remaining 2 copies of martial arts will all belong to Yushirwu. At that time, Yushirwu will be used as an existence similar to a fairy, like the soul of the first military ancestor who is responsible for picking up and leaving prison early. In short, it is to let the latter come to the world, to make in order to end the captivity early and make up for the reward of the martial arts. The first ancestor of the military family entertained guests in Luzhou or Nambiswazu in Beiju. Once the first ancestor of the military family appears, returns to the human world, and is willing to help the Howran world, I believe it will be of great significance, no less than Bai Ze's return to the wild world. Yushiwu was very open-minded, and said calmly, I know that in my heart, those martial arts are rooted in the soul, and it is difficult for anyone to have the best fortune, so I don't dare to hope for the integrity of the body and soul, only as long as it allows me to retain most of the memory. For example, this face now is quite natural after getting used to it. Chen Pingan nodded and said, if you can think this way, I will feel much more relaxed. Yushiwu asked, since this is a fair deal, what do you want from me? Chen Pingan said, you need to do two things. The first one is very simple, that is, you and the other two friends must use your brains and cooperate sincerely to gradually improve this small world. Yushiwu nodded and said, I enjoyed it. What about the second thing? Chen Ping asked back, have you ever learned boxing? Yushiwu was at a loss, feeling baffled, and smiled wryly, before I knew the truth, I wasn't interested in learning boxing. After knowing the truth, of course, I didn't dare to learn boxing. Chen Pingan said, fellow Daoist you, let me tell you a harsh truth. You cultivators don't have the intention of turning your back on others. Are you being too reckless and betraying your talent? Yushiwu smiled and said, assuming it was you, would we have a fight? Chen Pingan smiled without saying a word, and just took a step forward, leading Yushiwu away from the Xianjia mansion, and went straight to the blue-colored place in the ruins. By the riverside, he called the two women to him, I'll introduce you to each other, this is Yushiwu fellow. They are wild female cultivators, whose real name is Xiao Xing, cooks of the Ma Mansion, and whose pseudonym is Yu Qing. Next, I will let go of most of the restrictions, allowing you to freely come and go in most of the worlds of illusion. In this way, there are 3 of the 5 elements. Yu Qing's expression was numb, muddled, like a walking corpse. It was really a bleak situation to live like years. On the other hand, Xiao Xing's eyes were hot, and he finally had another person to chat with to relieve boredom. Chen Pingan quietly removed the flowing water of time from Yu Qing's body, which instantly made Yu Qing's consciousness clear when she escaped from the invisible cage. Just because she couldn't adapt for a while, she sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath, and sweating profusely. Xiao Xing wanted to help, but was immediately reprimanded by Yu Qing. Xiao Xing smiled flamboyantly. She pointed to the plump woman, as if asking for credit, and said to Chen Pingan and Yushiwu that she was not thinking of being a sword. Well, Xiao, with good intentions, I helped her create a high-ranking natal flying sword. The name was already thought up, and it was called Poison Wine. Seeing this, Yushiwu felt a little headache, and he will spend time with them from now on. Chen Pingan handed them some golden leaves. It is not only the location of the illusion world, but also the key to open the door. Chen Pingan smiled and said, take advantage of the weather to make up for leaks, and study while you are young. If you don't know what you don't know, you will always pretend to understand. Only by learning and asking can you learn. You all encourage each other. If a person's memory is the sustenance of all emotions, then every vein on these leaves carries the joys and sorrows of thousands of stories. It may be that the donkey fell into the well for no reason, or it may be that the wind and the moon are whirling together. Above the head of the Sword Chi Great Wall, Ma Kuxuan walked slowly in the snow, and said with a smile, the opportunity is rare. While I am talking, you have nothing to ask. To be honest, some old almanacs, the truth I know, let Yu Chenping go through it again and again. No matter how knowledgeable you are, it may not be I know. Sure enough, Chen Pingan asked, why don't you major in Leifa? Wouldn't it be more effective with half the effort? Because Chen Pingan was almost sure that the old coachman hiding in the capital of Dali was the chief officer of the ancient Thunder Division. God, and he obviously bet the most on Ma Kuxuan in Xinghua Lane, and had the most high hopes. Obviously, Ma Kuxuan is undoubtedly the reincarnation of a high ranking in the Leibu. Among the many sound categories in the world, the most turbulent one is thunder. I remember that there was a high ranking who descended from the sky on the land of Tonghishao, and then crossed the sea and landed on Aquarius continent, but was finally defeated by Cui Chan and Qi Jingchen. There was one of the 12 high-ranking echoes. Ma Kuxuan also didn't hide anything, and said, based on my previous body and roots, plus the aptitude for cultivating Taoism in this life, does Ma Kuxuan still need to practice any thunder method in this life? That is, Longhushan Celestial Master, the government does not know the goods, otherwise it was that Zhao Tianlai who had figured out the truth, but unfortunately he was thin-skinned and refused to lower his posture to ask me for advice, otherwise I really wouldn't mind helping them raise the 5 thunders to a higher level. Chen Pingan was speechless for a moment. Ma Kuxuan was delighted, it was rare for this guy to be deflated once. Raising his hands and shaking his sleeves, Ma Kuxuan brushed away a large expanse of falling snow in front of his eyes, and there appeared 2 kinds of silk thread, one gold and one silver. Each erratic silver line represents each voice of the heart, which can be traces produced face to face, or the 2 sides do not need to look at each other at all, completely ignoring geographical distance, and can freely travel through the long river of time. Echoing each other from a distance is to draw a line. Therefore, the voice of chi fighters of later generations, and the gathering of voices of warriors into a line, are rooted in the communication between ancient gods and gods, which can span countless stars. There are taboos on the mountain, you can't directly call saints and 14-level monks by name, the latter is easy to feel the heart, and it is actually an extension of this vein. If every star in the sky is a corpse of a floating in the long river of time, it is scattered and then condensed. Then the voice of heart, communication between the ancient gods can ignore that these 14 great monks may be poor. There is a certain distance that cannot be reached from here to there in life. Ma Kuxuan continued, as for the echoer who came to Aquarius Island from Tonghishao, this move can be regarded as a kind of solicitation from Zhou, but I refused, and we both agreed that Zhou didn't appreciate me. He no longer forced, to avoid extra problems and hinder his ascension to the sky to leave. The gain outweighs the loss. Although Chen Pingan said that his background was not good enough, but this guy first got Qi Jingchen's preaching, acting as a teacher and accepting apprentices, then Cui Chan protected the way, then Lu Shilu punched in Luopa Mountain, and when he arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he taught him left and right. Swordsmanship is still with the asylum of the sage of literature who restored the god's position in the Confucian temple. The old scholar protected the chicks like an old hen. Such treatment, seen all over the world, who has it? Just like some belated onlookers, they would always say sourly, if I were the young hermit official surnamed Shin, with this blessing, let alone the 5 realms, I would have already ascended to the Ascension realm. Ma Kuxuan's eyes were gloomy. Didn't Qi Jingchen also point out a way for you that suits you? If you hadn't said I followed the crowd earlier, I would have scolded you for not knowing the blessings. Ma Kuxuan asked, you returned to the upper 5 realms, is this the way? Chen Pingan shook his head, no. To be a little more difficult is to ask for trouble. Ma Kuxuan glanced at Chen Pingan to make sure that the other party did not fool him. Qi Jingchen integrated the civil and military luck and incense of the Lizhu cave heaven, and entered the realm of the unity of heaven and man. With a breath of arrogance, he visualized and copied the complete appearance of a severely damaged Taoist statue in the immortal tomb, and finally presented his posture, is a god-man wearing an old colorful armor, who creates the soul with secret methods, and then stabilizes the soul with Buddhist supernatural powers, implying to live in this 4th flame of wisdom, so even though the light is extinguished, the lamp furnace still exists. A master of the integration of the 3 religions. This is like a letter Qi Jingchen sent home to the future, or a kind of silent last words. But like what Zhou said at the time, your choice, Qi Jingchen, is not the best. That being the case, Qi Jingchen must have far-reaching intentions. It's just that Chen Pingan still chose his own way to break through the situation, opened up a brand new way. Seeing that Ma Kuxuan stopped talking, as if he had lost the interest in speaking, Chen Pingan made it clear, it seems that the fellow is reminiscing about the old days, but in fact he wants to talk to me a little more in a different way. In fact, I know very well that you want me to say more character. Ma Kuxuan admitted this generously and smiled. I know you are very smart, and I am not stupid. But I am curious, when did you realize this? The saints of the three religions have the heavenly constitution in their mouths, and their words follow the law. There is also a more mysterious saying on the mountain, which is inspired by the gods. Since this illusory world is doomed to be false, and Chen Pingan is like a saint in command of the world, taking advantage of the right time and place, then Ma Kuxuan needs to have some extra real things to avoid his following the crowd, for example speech. The question and answer between the two sides is a knot of words twisted into words. In their hometown, the old people like to say that they are getting old and dying, and they like to say that they are as old as a bodhisattva. And when it is used to describe a child who doesn't understand the world and does things in a muddle, he will say, how can he look like a person in heaven? The outside world regards Ma Kuxuan as a genius among geniuses, so he refuses to put effort into everything, but it is enough to make him stand out. This is due to talent. What's more, in fact, Ma Kuxuan didn't waste any of his talent. On the contrary, Ma Kuxuan didn't slack off in these years, waiting for Chen Pingan for a long time. Inviting the tiger Tong Wenchang to come to the small courtyard in the capital earlier, in addition to helping to introduce the female ghost Shui Rui, it is also a test and measurement of Chen Pingan's authenticity of the illusion. It seems that the two people of the same age from the same township are not fuel-efficient lamps. Chen Pingan asked with a smile, do you want to chat a little more? Ma Kuxuan said, no, it's enough. Except for the flying sword of flying sword, which has nothing to do with words, Chen Pingan may not be able to use it at the moment, such as martial arts involving boxing scores, and techniques in Taoist secret books. Didn't everyone say that the last hermit official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi didn't have a high realm, but did he have a lot of means? Don't you, Chen Pingan, want to fight my Ma Kuxuan with a martial arts master today? Then try it out. Ma Kuxuan raised his hand and patted his neck lightly, squinted his eyes and said with a smile, one by one, I'm full, but you're going to starve. Chen Pingan said, if it doesn't belong to you, you can't keep it. You have to spit it out and return it obediently. Ma Kuxuan stood on the spot and hooked his fingers towards Chen Pingan, Yun Mo, the immortal of Zhoujin Immortal Hall. His ability to press the bottom of the box is in the realm of cloud water body and water essence. When he sees me, he has to call ancestor. I stood don't move here. I don't know what supernatural power it is, Ma Kuxuan instantly stepped into a realm of nothingness, like an empty boat. The next moment, Ma Kuxuan felt as if he had been hit by a hammer, his body bent, and he retched. It is both swordsmanship and boxing. Named Turbulent Flow. The blood that Ma Kuxuan vomited at the moment was all broken golden characters. Then Ma Kuxuan was pressed down on the face with one hand and grabbed his shoulder with the other, and with a click, his neck was twisted. A corpse fell to the ground. Chen Ping stood where he was, turned his head to look elsewhere, and with a wave of his sleeves, scattered all the golden characters that contained moral meaning. If Ma Kuxuan could be killed so easily, it wouldn't be Ma Kuxuan. Crouching far away from the city, Ma Kuxuan looked at that guy with pity. Chen Pingan, I have actually taken in a closed-door disciple who has little grudge against you but hates you deeply. You don't even know where his hatred comes from. As long as you don't become a 15th level monk for a day, you will never know who he is, and you can't guess how he will take revenge on you in the future, and how many times he will take revenge on you. Ma Kouchouan jumped down from the top of the wall, jumped a few times, stretched his muscles and bones, and lazily said, "Now that the warm-up is over, it's time to get down to business." In the next scene, with Chen Pingan's heart, he still couldn't help but scold him a bitch. It turned out that Ma Kouchouan was afraid that the world would not be chaotic, so he actually used some kind of side door visualization method to create "Show me out of thin air." At the ruins of the immortal mansion, Chen Ping led Yu Shiwu up the steps of the mountain road. Yu Shiwu noticed that the brows of the people around him were frowning and then relaxed, and asked, "What's going on?" Chen Pingan stopped, turned around and sat on the steps, and said with a smile, "It's nothing, the Tao is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall." Sitting aside, Yu Shiwu said, "In Jinwu Mountain, a senior once told me a truth. He advised me to set up 1 or 2 imaginary enemies on the road of cultivation in the future." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "It makes sense." Actually guessed who it was. It was Ma Kouchouan's guardian, who had been to Lizhu Cave and had met several times before. Yu Shiwu asked, "You have one too?" Chen Ping smiled and said, "Of course, for example, if you want to have a courteous reciprocity with a certain senior swordsman Pei Min. Come and not reciprocate indecently. The natal flying sword cages the bird." Here, as long as Chen Pingan's realm is high enough, his aura is enough, and his long sword is sharp enough, then time and space can be cut infinitely. In short, even now, as long as Chen Ping wants, he can make Qi practitioner Yu Shiwu never catch up with an ant crawling on the ground. Yu Shiwu said, "You haven't said what the second thing is." Chen Ping smiled and said, "I'll use you to catch up with Chao Ci." Yu Shiwu asked puzzledly, "What do you mean?" Chen Pingan said, "Practice boxing." Yu Shiwu understood instantly, and was speechless. Sure enough, Chen Pingan removed the blindfold, and the real body of Yu Shiwu was far away and close in front of him. It turns out that I don't know how many other people's intentional words, but they are all regarded as unintentional words by us. Yu Shiwu had a complicated expression. Is this to deal with Ma Kouchouan? As the first ancestor of the military family, the 3 martial arts skills are of course useless to Yu Shiwu, a Qi trainer, but if he is controlled by the martial arts master Chen Pingan, is it equivalent to directly stepping over 1 or 2 martial arts steps and helping him reach the ultimate level? Some joint titles in the world are not used indiscriminately. There are 2 Chen Pingan around him, such as Nan Shaochen Beingwen on the battlefield, or Chen in white clothes Chao Qingshan on the road of martial arts. Chen Ping raised his eyes and looked into the distance, shook his head and smiled, "No need at all." Sword of Coming Chapter 1093. There is continuous rain in the mountains, and the vegetation knows spring best. In the wine shop at the foot of the mountain that was renamed Zhiao Mountain, Song Wei, the goddess of the mountain, who changed her name along with her own mountain, performed the Qi Wang Qi technique to overlook the capital of Yushuan Kingdom. She no longer cared about worrying about Ma Shi's fate, she was just worried that her Zhiao Mountain was adjacent to the capital, and she was afraid of being affected, but she didn't know how much storm the previous group would cause in the capital, and she was afraid that the mountains would collapse and the ground would be cracked at every turn. When the gods fight, the 2 sides don't stop once they start fighting. Those 3 drinkers who had taken shelter from the rain before, Lu Xianyang, the current patriarch of Longquan Sword Sect, Gu Kan, the direct successor of Mr. Zheng in Baidi City, and Pei Qian, one of the 4 great masters of Aquarius Island, none of them had been thought of before. Dare to think of a top-notch person in a continent, regardless of identity and strength. Song Wei is a female mountain after all, so she admires the young but famous Master Pei the most. If it weren't for the accident in Yushuan Kingdom today, how happy is Song Wei to be able to drink in his own shop. Song Wei sighed faintly, envious of those water colleagues nearby. At least she could avoid the storm a little bit. She raised the corner of her skirt, revealing a pair of embroidered shoes, lamenting that the golden statue of the temple in the mountain does not have long legs. At this moment, an old man with the appearance of a farmer appeared at the door out of thin air, and Song Wei was so frightened that he was about to kneel down and salute on the spot. After all, this is the boss of his immediate boss, and the ranks of the gods of the two sides are too different. The person who came is the Mountain King of Ijosia. Now it's time to honor Tong Wenchang, who is called the god. With his hands behind his hands, he crossed the threshold first and said, I don't talk about business today, don't be restrained, just find a place to drink, you are the host and I am the guest. After Song Wei was shocked, he felt relieved, and immediately relaxed his frown. With Tong Shenjun here, the temple of her little mountain must be worry-free. In the capital city, Gu Kan used the magical power of shrinking the ground, left the palace in one step, and went straight to the vicinity of Qin Tianjin. He didn't say hello to the maidservant in name, but just walked around the street shop here alone like a tourist. In a bookstore that sells rare books, she casually searched through the books, chose a fairy book named by a certain real person, and placed it in a prominent position for the shopkeeper. In the market, such books are still relatively unsold, so Gu Kan flipped through it casually. The first page is about how the fairy in the mountain cooks several kinds of medicinal food. According to the book, the mountain and wild offerings of the fairy family are very mysterious. Light and agile, over time, diners can be as light as a leaf, walk as fast as flying, and cross mountains and rivers as if walking on flat ground. Gu Kan smiled and shook her head. Qi practitioners went to the mountains to practice Taoism. How can it be so simple to achieve the level of lightness and body movement? However, there is a commentary in the book that is not bad, which is equivalent to telling the truth after discovering the secret of heaven. Guzhen made elixir and gathered medicine to make mountains and rivers pour. There was a charming woman who walked into the shop slowly, staggered intentionally, twisted her waist, and fell into Gu Kan's arms. Gu Kan didn't lift her head, but put her hand against the woman's forehead and pushed it away. The bookseller on the side stared wide-eyed. I never thought that this customer who only looks but doesn't buy is still a gentleman. If it were me, I would also reach out to support, and in a panic, I was not sure that I would hold down the bowtie's delicate body. The woman stood up straight, covered her mouth and said with a coquettish smile, Young master, is this trip safe? Gu Kan turned a deaf ear to it, and just asked the shopkeeper, Does the shop sell the imprints of the 100 Sword Immortals? The shopkeeper was confused, and asked curiously, Which master of gold and stone compiled it? Dare I ask if it is the original seal copy or the engraved copy? Gu Kan smiled, put down the book in her hand, and left the shop with Gu Lingyu, walking along an opposite street. In a secluded alley, I had a rough look at the harvest of Gu Lingyi's trip, collected it together, and gave a moderate evaluation. It's okay. Gu Lingyi took out a square-inch object in the shape of a mountain ghost's money from his sleeve, smiled and said, There's this one. Gu Kan asked, What? Gu Lingyu said, They are all old almanacs, from different years, and some are professional books related to almanacs. I am not good at counting them. I get a headache when I look at them, so I put them all in my hand. Kan parted out a piece of consciousness, inspected the storage in Huaqian, glanced roughly, only took out some thin booklets from it, and threw the square-inch thing back to her. The rest of the almanac, give it all back to Qin Tianjin go. Since ancient times, dynasties in the world have had rules for compiling and issuing almanacs. There are some good people on the mountain who like to collect this, and treasure almanacs of different dynasties and different years. But what Gu Kan left behind is only the ones that were surveyed and compiled by the predecessors. The legal calendar, and some accompanying corrections of the sun and moon tables, seem to be not interested in the almanac. Seeing her face full of unwillingness, Gu Kan explained to her roughly, according to the market, if you collect a first if you don't read your son's almanac, you will be rewarded at home. Gu Lingyu blinked, what do you mean? Gu Kan said, it's just that the house is prone to flooding and fire. Gu Lingyan asked, is it true? Gu Kan said, for some things, it is better to believe what they have than to believe what they don't have. There is no need to test the law to verify the authenticity. It seems that he is in a good mood, and it is rare for Gu Kan to say a few words on her side. If you encounter Xinjiang as a result of flood disasters, the imperial courts of various countries will invite a complete set of Jiazi almanacs to suppress the victory. Therefore, Qin Tianjian is used to store the records of various dynasties. In the place of almanac, there is particularity. For example, a certain word in the name is usually a radical of water, such as yuan, su, jin and so on. She nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Gu Kan asked suddenly, where did this mountain ghost spend money? Gu Lingji smiled sweetly and said, in the wild world, there are also fairy crossings and marketplaces, okay? Am not allowed to step on dog to catch a leak. The mountain ghost is to distinguish it from the orthodox mountain god. Ask the mountain ghosts who have been enlightened by the Taoist temple to spend money, and it is regarded as a pure yang thing, which can be used as a townhouse or a hanging pendant. Even on the mountain, this kind of money is very popular, because there is no concern that it is easy to invite the gods and difficult to send the gods away, so it works well to open the furnace and store the warehouse. Gu Kan said, it's worth some money, keep it well. Gu Lingyan asked, my lord, you still haven't thought about choosing a good site for the sect? Gu Kan nodded, it's not a trivial matter, anyway, there is no rush, just look at a few more places. Gu Lingyan laughed and said, in the final analysis, the young master is just hesitant and undecided. He does not hesitate to fight against Lingfei Palace, but also wants to get a foot in the door, and by the Hehuan mountain boundary that is said to be Xia Shijian Lake from the King Xingguo court. It's impossible for Gu Kan to think that money is hot. In the final analysis, it was Gu Kan who hesitated, an impulse, and wanted to do something after choosing the sect in the Hehuan mountain boundary, so as to prove something to someone. It's just that reason told him that this choice was an idiotic move that didn't care about his brain. Gu Kan didn't want to talk about this with her, so she turned her mind to other things and laughed to herself. She asked curiously, young master, what fun thing did you think of? Gu Kan smiled and said, Aquarius Island is okay, the news is blocked, and I know there are not many things. The flowers bloom inside the wall and the fragrance outside the wall. In other places, there are some. It's very interesting to say that, everyone thinks that he is from a scholarly family, and he has been full of poetry and books since he was a child. It's fun, look at the Baihu notation, how can it be commoner language? She covered her mouth and smiled, which was really funny. Gu Kan continued, even if you know his general background and know that he is a mud-legged person, you can still say what it is called a noble son from a poor family and a nobleman from a white house. It must be Chen Jun made great contributions to the world when he was young Ji. Thinking of these kind words, Gu Kan wanted to laugh. She said cautiously, if it wasn't for the Zhongtu Confucian temple deliberately concealing it, let alone the respectful name Chen Jun, there are people who respectfully call it Chen Zi, right? Gu Kan laughed it off. Young master, have you ever thought about what kind of person you must become in this life? I just think about who I don't want to be. Give me an example. For example, your kind of embroidered pillow that is not useful. My son, whether it is useful or not, you haven't tried it. It was raining and the ground was flowing, and there were fights at the head of the bed and fights at the end of the bed, ha. When they arrived at one place, seeing Gu Kan not moving forward, Gu Lingying asked suspiciously, my lord, what is this? Gu Kan said, wait for someone, make an appointment to meet here. Gu Lingyu became more and more curious, is there an expert hiding in the palace? Gukin said, there are not so many loopholes to pick up. The national teacher Huang Lai, Jin Dan, I recruited him to be this sect's enshrinement. He is familiar with the customs on the mountain and the rules of the officialdom. He can help with some common affairs. Gu Lingyan asked, need? Gukin said, of course the White Emperor city doesn't need it, but my sect needs it. There is a custom of coming here to release animals. A pavilion was built beside the water pool, and an ancient mirror was hung on the forehead of the pavilion. The couplets were very mottled and old. It is rumored that every moonlit night, the water's surface here is particularly bright and sparkling. It seems that it is indeed as the couplet said, not a lie. Just now Gukin didn't go into the gazebo, but stopped at the entrance of a nearby Taoist temple. It was mixed in the bustling city, but it was a cold temple with no incense, the kind that ordinary masters would miss when passing by. Gu Lingyi looked at the Taoist temple with a small door. The door couplet here is also strange. There are spirits and gods in it, and I don't know who is cast. It's more like half a couplet of text. Gu Lingyu instantly understood. Could it be that the couplet with the gazebo is called a couplet together? As a result, Gu Lingyue took a high-level look at this deserted Taoist temple called Chongyang, but it was a pity that she didn't know the art of looking at qi, and couldn't see more ways. She doesn't take it seriously that people live in seclusion here to practice Taoism, not to mention the lack of attention. Firstly, the aura in Guanyin is thin, and secondly, what is a master of Taoism? She herself is a jade with excellent qualifications. Could it be that there are immortals sitting in it, and Feishin can't make alchemy here? She turned her head to look, and there came a not-so-young Jin Dan Earth Immortal. Is it the master of this Taoist temple? Gu Kan smiled and asked, is the handover over? Huang Lai nodded and said, according to your order, I told Shui Pang the truth. When I heard that it was you, I didn't dare to say anything with a shit-eating expression on my face. Suddenly realizing that this metaphor seems a little inappropriate, the old man hurriedly smiled and said, excuse me for being careless. Anyway, both parties are polite, so it's easy to get together and leave. Gu Kan said, you can speak casually in the future. Shui Pang can tolerate a national teacher who has lice and taken off his boots, but my tolerance is always slightly bigger than him. Huang Lai said with a smile, it's a good feeling. On the way here, I was still struggling. Will I be deceived by Gu Zongzhu and turn my face and deny anyone? Gu Kan shook his head and said, you still don't know about our Baidi city. Outside rumors spread false rumors, so it is not accurate. In Baidi city, the native genealogy monks went out to do things, and the road was relatively wild. Shan Zaixiu, who entered the city halfway, on the contrary, the rules are heavy. Huang Lai said cautiously, if I have the chance to go to Baidi city to watch the lanterns, I can just get a general look. I am really curious and yearning, and I have been fascinated for a long time. Gu Kan said, in the future, the threshold of Baidi city will only become higher and higher. This matter is indeed not easy, but it can be discussed. For example, we can wait until you enter the nascent soul realm. Gu Lingyan seemed to have just discovered that there was such a number one person. With a sweet smile, he said in a strange way, oh, it's amazing, it's actually an old Jin Dan fairy. Huang Lai laughed and said, SOSO. Gu Kan glanced at her and reminded, speak humanly. She obviously listened to persuasion, so she leaned sideways and poured a blessing. This servant is effective, I have seen the senior. The servant has only been with the young master for a short time, and I don't know the rules and etiquette. I implore the senior to make amends. Gu Kan introduced, she is now aliased as Lingyu, and she was born in a wild monster clan. She is in the Jade realm and has good aptitude. Stopping along the way, worrying about the willow colors, chasing the depth of spring. In Chen Pingan's mind world. On the top of the city, standing behind Ma Kuxuan is Zhou Mi, who looks like a deity in the mountains and rivers, with a shining golden body and a calm smile, as if he just missed saying goodbye. Although he knew it must be false, Chen Pingan was still in a strange mood, frowning and asked, "How did you do it?" The old Ma Kuxuan said, calling the soul. Ma Kuxuan's eyes were hot, as if there was a huge puzzle for Chen Pingan to solve. "Have you always had a good memory?" "Near the alley, such things don't happen very often, have you forgotten?" The children were frightened and lost their souls, and their parents led them to walk in the streets and fields, calling names all the way, so as to help the lost souls return home. There are so many ancestral handicrafts in the world, lost inheritance, I just picked them up again, what's the effect? Did you jump? To make Chen Yingguan, Chen Jianxian, who is used to seeing the big world, feel so jealous, it is not in vain that I have spent so much deliberation here, and it is not a loss. Chen Pingan asked, "Have you thought about the consequences?" The relationship between heaven and man that monks in the world are thinking about is all about the resonance between man and heaven. Connect? Separated, descended to the earth. Born in case. Especially at the critical moment when the patriarchs of the three teachings have already dispersed. Ma Kuxuan seemed to have heard the funniest joke, "You have already killed me, and you still persuade me not to smash the jar. Why do I keep this kind of killer weapon, and use it when I go to the grave next year to worship my ancestors?" Chen Pingan was silent. Ma Kuxuan stared at the guy who had held grudges for so many years, and said in a deep voice, "Now I give you two choices, either you quit the Ma family immediately, and the old enmity will be wiped out, and I will also persuade them to stop enjoying incense and sacrifices. The idea of achieving the immortality of the Shinto, the body will grow old day by day, and die at the end of life. Either you will take the risk of dragging the whole world into the whirlpool and become my enemy in order to avenge your own personal revenge. Of course, there is only this risk. Did not say the one who called the soul from behind must have such a great ability to bring disaster to the world. You can bet." Chen Pingan said, "You're thinking about it. What I call consequences has little to do with this world. I'm good at starting from scratch like a swallow and cleaning up messes. I'm talking about yourself, you just want Qingming next year so much, Ma Yenshan and Ma Yuemei. How many glasses of wine are we toasting to your elder brother who they regard as the pillar of the family? Goddess Ma of Xinghua Lane, I have the grace of delivering the child. Your grandma may not miss the past, but I want to miss this love. In the final analysis, this matter is a business, one of the many businesses she has done, but when I was young I once heard people say that when my mother gave birth to me, the process was not easy and quite dangerous, so my father left the original Baoshi kiln as soon as he was invited back then, and went to your kiln to be a master burning porcelain and accepting apprentices is to commemorate this kindness. Xing Ma's family has Xing Ma's tutor, and our Neipingxiang Chen family also has our own family style. That's why I have been urging you, I urge you not to do things to the extreme, and leave a way out for yourself. I can wait for you to come to me for revenge in the future." Ma Kuxuan was silent for a moment, and said, "Then you're thinking about it too." "I don't want to avenge them one day, just because they gave birth to me. Clear up with them. So you come to the door for revenge, and this is a deadlock between us. Why did I earn that bag of money when I was a teenager to deliberately leak the news that you and Ningyao were hiding in the immortal tomb? Would I be greedy for that bit of gold, fine copper? Why do I clearly think that you and I are fellow travelers, people of the same age in the entire Lizhu cave, and you are the most pleasing to the eye, but I deliberately aggravate the cause and effect of both parties, just so that you and I will meet one day, so that we can separate life and death earlier, and don't have the slightest bit sloppy, no whoever dies can settle the grievances between the two families together, but your performance today makes me very Ma Kuxuan paused, and then slowly said two words, disappointed. Chen Pingan said, Ma Kuxuan, it's not me who is struggling, but you, because you have never recognized and accepted your roots. Deep down in your heart, you hate the kind of history you have clearly experienced, and you can't see the fate of tomorrow. That's why you and Yu Shiwu, who are in the same situation, become the only friends. If you neither accept where you come from nor where you are going, you become a rootless duckweed in this world. Since you were wrong yesterday, you will make more mistakes tomorrow. So you have been waiting for today. Speaking of this, Chen Pingan took a deep breath, laughed, rolled up his sleeves. I know this kind of taste, because that's how I came here. You're right, we are indeed on the same journey, at least the way of life there is a long way to go, and they are all the same. Ma Kuxuan said, it's a pity that we are destined not to be friends. Then thoroughly, let the long-awaited today be happier. Don't become the kind of Qingshan wine in your wine shop. Whoever drinks it will frown. I have drunk it, so I should find someone specially. I brought 2 pots with me, it was too bad. Chen Pingan smiled and said, this kind of stupid talk is not a person who likes to drink. Drinking depends on the place. In the wine shop, you only need to take out a snowflake coin, pay the money with one hand and deliver the goods with the other hand, finish drinking on the spot, and ask for a relationship with a friend, from the Great Wall of Sword Chi, through the Upside-Down Mountain, to Aquarius Island, and to Jinwu Mountain. Can the same drink taste the same? What you expect is not the taste of a snowflake money. Ma Kuxuan asked with a smile, why are you so interested in talking all of a sudden? Chen Pingan pointed to the Zhou, who was more than 2 feet tall. I don't want to see how long this dear friend can last. You are in Immortal Now realm. If you invite a 14th level illusion, you will definitely not want to waste a word with me, then I will avoid the battle and postpone it. If you are a thug with a cultivation level of ascension, with your temper, because of your face, at most be tough. If you have a scalp chat, you will interrupt me, and I will fight and retreat. Now it seems that at most it's just a fake ascension, immortal realm, but there are a few tricks of ascension realm under the box, lighting a stick of incense, and personally descending into reality. The duration is quite long, so you are not in a hurry. Ma Kuxuan clicked his tongue and said, as expected of a swordsman, cheap is really cheap. There was a heavy snowfall in the sky, the snowflakes were dense, and it was unknown whether it was falling from the sky or rising to the sky. Ma Kuxuan heard that the sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, no matter how high or low their level, had no graves after death, and naturally there was no custom of worshipping ancestors. In this snow, the top of the city is like a tomb, and the endless snowflakes are like countless white paper money scattered to pay homage to the heroic spirit. People become ancient people, and the earth becomes relics. It's all over. Ma Kuxuan smiled brightly and called out, Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan asked doubtfully, huh? In an instant, visions abounded, and the entire sky condensed into a thunder pool, which was so powerful that it was like a catastrophe caused by a great monk's retreat. The lightning bolt turned a few times in mid-air, straightened in an instant, became more condensed and slender, and the Taoist rhyme contained in it was even more astonishing, like a golden flying sword hitting Chen Pingan. When the golden thunder was about to hit Chen Pingan's head, there was a vibration near the thunder pool in the sky. Chen Pingan didn't know whether he had no way to hide, or he wanted to weigh the weight of this thunder, but he didn't move, punched upwards and thrust out. The tip of the sword exploded with a bang. Within a radius of hundreds of feet, countless golden flames burst out. The stars set off Chen Pingan as if he was in a house of fire made of swords and iron. It's just that this sword, or a thunderstorm from the sky, is not weaker than the full blow of a sword cultivator in the Jade Roa realm. And that Ma Kuxuan didn't use any spiritual energy at all, and there was no talisman in his hand to drive it, and he didn't need to chant spells to attract thunder. In total, the thunder is divided into 5 colors, which happens to circulate in the 5 elements, and it is endlessly growing. It is continuously differentiated in the thunder pool, and it does not give Qinping a breath, and it falls on the top of the city one after another. 5 thunders strike the top. This is a Taoist term. Because it is too powerful and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, the common people in the market, as well as the green forest heroes on the rivers and lakes, always like to say, if you break your oath, you will be punished by the shadow of the cloud above your head. Now, the sky is thundering. Ma Kuxuan had already shrunk his veins, and went to another place, far away from the battlefield, and said with a smile, "There are thousands of spells in the world, which are mastered by Qi practitioners, but supernatural powers are my family's business." After resisting dozens of thunders, Qinping Gan's fist wasn't bloody, bones were visible, and his whole arm was numb for a while, so he had to shake his arm, and the long string of electric lights still entangled around his arm, like a dozen snow-white electric snakes being caught by Qinping Gan. Shake and fall to the ground. Qinping was a little surprised. Why didn't Ma Kuxuan take the opportunity to throw out a few more thunder magic powers? In the previous words, when talking about the Heavenly Master's mansion in Longhu Mountain, Ma Kuxuan seemed to speak wildly. He didn't think highly of the 5 thunders Dharma in the Heavenly Master's mansion. He even felt that he was qualified to teach Xiao Tianlai the true meaning of the thunder law. Ku Xian's eyes are higher than the top, but also I don't think I am superior to Xiao Tianlai in terms of skill attainment, but Ma Kuxuan belongs to the reincarnation of the gods, and he came from the thunder department of the ancient heaven. Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, "I don't even need to give you a chance to breathe on purpose. I am so arrogant. Instead, I want to take the opportunity to sharpen my fist and temper my body. You martial arts masters of the 10 realms are really amazing. I envy you so much." As he spoke, Lei Qi Tianjia became more and more low-key, and his overwhelming momentum was suffocating. The vast thunder pool that has accumulated countless ancient Taoism is like a deep pool of water. Ma Kuxuan used his great supernatural power to separate a ditch and lead it to Qinping Gan. Created a pattern as if the wellhead was poured with river water. It was formed in one go, and the thunder and lightning were as thick as slurry. Because the lightning fell too frequently, the roads were connected and connected continuously. Just stick it on the drum. Not to mention Qinping Gan, who was in the middle of the game. Ma Kuxuan was so shocked that his chest felt tight, and he stretched out his hand, gently rubbing his ears, and sneered, "The illusion of the heart is a fake in the end." It turned out that the great wall of sword Qi had been collapsed by hundreds of lightning strikes, and the bright red mustard seed figure was standing in the ruins. Among them, continue to fight the catastrophe with both fists, and with each punch, the surrounding area is surrounded by hundreds of millions of flames and a splendid scene. It's hard to tell whether it's a sea of fire or a star-studded sky in the boundless void. Do you still dare to say that you only use martial arts to fight against the enemy? Are you really not going to use the land shrinking technique and the sword escape method? I'd like to see how long Master Jijia's breath of pure true energy can last. According to Ma Kuxuan's calculations, when Qinping Gan takes a breath, before the connection between the old and the new, he will be rewarded with another immortal hand. As a cultivator, the human body is originally of a blessed land, and the flesh, muscles and bones are mountains and rivers. The so-called practice is to use a long life bridge to connect the cave and sky, to temper the spirit inside. Buddhists say that human life is rare, and it has never been a lie. All beings in the world regard human beings as the leader of all spirits. Why do all the enlightened monster races on the earth have to strive to become human bodies? Naturally, it is profitable. With a human body, one can achieve twice the result with half the effort. In a sense, the human race is the gods of freedom. The scale of this heavenly tribulation thunder pool, it is reasonable to say that it can completely suppress a Jade Roa realm swordsman, kill him, turn him into dust, and even his soul will be wiped out, so there is no need to talk about the afterlife. Allowing the great monks on the top of the mountain to enter and exit the Fengdu Hades, if they want to save the situation, they are still in vain. With this unique supernatural power, killing a jade or seriously injuring an immortal is already the ultimate manpower of Ma Kuxuan. Once he asks for more, even the slightest, Ma Kuxuan, you must pay a price that is strictly reciprocal and exact, step into the divine way, return to the position of God, and become a god. And this trend is irreversible. Therefore, going a step further, stealing a little bit more secrets, Ma Kuxuan will completely abandon the emotions and desires, and will no longer be bound by cause and effect, even if he preserves the memory of this life. So this is a paradox. If you want to use more divine ways to help yourself with supernatural powers and kill an immortal with a crushing posture, Ma Kuxuan will no longer be Ma Kuxuan. Since this road has come to an end for the time being, Ma Kuxuan is on another road. He also prepared several gifts for Chen Pingan as a way of hospitality. At the bottom of the collapse, amidst the flying snow, there were golden thunderbolts wandering wantonly. When the manpower was finally exhausted, the mighty fist of the master in the bright red robe showed no sign of weakening. Is it possible that Chen Pingan can really eat all the troubles in one go? Ma Kuxuan asked curiously, Xijing warriors, are they all so powerful? As for the joints of practice, Ma Kuxuan is an expert with a very high vision, but he has never been involved in martial arts, so he knows very little. Zhou replied, because he is at the Qi Xing level, there is no one before, and he is uniquely blessed, so he can carry it for a longer time. Ma Kuxuan twitched the corners of his mouth. It's a good thing to endure if you can. Careful and non-committal. Ma Kuxuan laughed loudly, and slapped his knees. I'm going to get out of trouble later. This guy will definitely complain to me, your tricks are too low. Is that right? Zhou reminded, it's too early to be happy in the battle. After all, this wilderness Wenhai who was invited by Ma Kuxuan's supporter was Ma Kuxuan, who visualized with ancient secret methods and then passed the melting furnace. The existence that emerges is equivalent to using the natal supernatural powers of two of the ancient 12 high-ranking gods at the same time, far beyond what ordinary puppets can match. It was named by Ma Kuxuan as soul calling, which is a secret, which is not bad. Zhou smiled and said, people take a sigh of relief, and gods receive a stick of incense. It really fits the occasion. On the ground, Chen Ping's boxing is so simple that there are almost no moves to speak of, and he is out of the box. The heyday of the boxing intent is even more vast and unparalleled, like a who is not incensed, breaks the shackles, and walks the world. Ma Kuxuan's face was brilliantly illuminated by the golden light and the color of snow, and he kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield where he seemed to be invincible before a warrior, only against the sky. There are thousands of spells on the mountain, which dazzles the eyes. It looks good, but in Ma Kuxuan's eyes, it seems that it is not as good as relying on two fists. It's a pity that when he got close to Yu Shiwu, he had some intentions at first, but after all, he couldn't bear to take action against this friend, so he came out to occupy the magpie's nest and used the dead body to revive his soul. Ma Kuxuan couldn't help sighing, what a monster. Zhou said, it's not like a monk in the Ascension realm, there are very few martial arts fighters who can reach the first level of gods in the same era, and the chances of matching each other are even fewer. Ma Kuxuan said, put yourself in the same place, even if the combat power on paper is equivalent, facing this thunder pool, I can't go to him so casually. Zhou said, it's calm. The existence of heavenly tribulation, apart from being a past that cultivators regard as dangerous, is an inescapable fate. The horror of the danger is only known to those monks in history who had to leave the world because they couldn't escape the catastrophe. In addition, there is a deeper truth. The existence of the heavenly tribulation can reduce merit and cut off the cause and effect of the world. If you are not good at studying the Tao, and you end up in a field where you die and the Tao disappears, it is nothing more than returning the property to the owner, but if you succeed in crossing the catastrophe, it will be the benefit of the Tao, which can help those who have escaped the catastrophe. Die the world of mortals, otherwise why get Taoists, who teach the secrets of heaven, are all earnest, and pay attention to a person who needs to wait for the completion of merits and virtues before going to prove the Tao and responding to the catastrophe, and then have the chance to become a flying immortal. But if it is said that the heavenly tribulation is man-made, then there is a world of difference. If you are not careful, you will be struck by the 5 thunders of the heavenly tribulation, cut off the 3 flowers on the top of the head, and destroy the 5 qi of the body that have been condensed with great difficulty. What Ma Kuxuan wants to do is to let the young hermit official who has done a lot of feats and the owner of the lost mountain have all his merits and virtues cut off, and lose some kind of protection of God's will in the dark. This move can reverse the situation and make Qin Ping temporarily lose his time. It doesn't matter whether you rely on flying swords or other methods. Here, you will be the main opponent, and I will follow the example, and you will be the main opponent. In addition, Ma Kuxuan is more magical. Ma Kuxuan looked at that guy intently, and muttered to himself, "Cut all your merits, don't ask for eternity, just a short time." When a person's merits and virtues are exhausted, he becomes a bad luck ghost. There is an old saying that people with strong luck bully ghosts, and ghosts with bad luck trick people. This is the truth. Why are the gods of mountains and rivers in the world willing to pay homage to someone passing through? Or show up to send you off, or secretly shelter? Why does the town god's temple in the world only have a booklet with the name recorded in Zhu pen? Everything is due to the ancient times. The saints of rites have undergone some reforms, among which there is a new rule of heaven, qi refiners and mountain gods, those who have merit for the people, add land and advance the law. Merit and virtue in the world are divided into yin and yang, but what is yin and virtue? It is like tinnitus, which is only heard by oneself, and people are ignorant. There are often admonitions that it is better to cultivate evil virtues than gain wealth and fame. A single word reveals the secret again, and the heart is Futian. The fields are barren and the water source is exhausted, so there is no talk of harvest in the coming year. This is not an empty talk of deceiving people to be good. It is only talking about a certain Dharma lineage of Taoism, which is extremely strict in accepting disciples and preaching. Why do they require disciples to have 3,000 merits and 800 good deeds? People have the heart of the Tao, the ambition to become a fairy, and the wish to soar to the sky, but right and wrong cannot be understood by themselves. Ordinary people meet noble people in the market, and never miss them on the road of life. Then this fate of getting a mobile phone is not only human power, but also the fate hidden deep in it. In his own fields, gold and silver were picked up. If you can make it big and wide, and turn your own field into the whole world, you are practicing Taoism. Zhou said suddenly, Chen Pingan's merits and virtues are really too little, far below expectations, so low that there is no reason at all. I guess he encountered something and took the initiative to let go first. Ma Kuxuan was indifferent and smiled. He said, "It doesn't matter, the amount of merit and virtue on his body will not affect the overall situation after all. I just want a clear and refreshing result. This method of cutting 3 flowers but 5 qi with one hand will not retreat if you have too much, but make up for it if you don't have enough. On him make a hole in fortune-telling and see what he can fill in the gap." Ma Kuxuan stood up, "It's fine." The water surface of a thunder pool as vast as a huge lake hanging high in the sky has been reduced to a thin layer, and at most it can support several cycles of 5-element sky thunder. Zhou nodded, "Please issue the decree." Ma Kuxuan didn't dare to be careless, and said a few words from his heart. This when Zhou obeyed the order and displayed the supernatural power of Zhou Mi's real body, which had never had the opportunity to shake hands on the human battlefield. Without giving Chin Pingan a chance to catch his breath, an untraceable supernatural power attached to Chin Pingan's body. At that moment, Chin Pingan's body sank, and there was a huge hole in the depression on the ground, densely covered with cobwebs. For a pure warrior, there is no need to take a breath unless the limit reaches one level. This is why it is also the limit, and each level of difference is still the root of the difference between cloud and mud. Cause and effect itself has nothing to do with good or evil, but cause and effect will bring about different pros and cons. Then a person's fortune, merit, and fortune will fight and intertwine. Offset, and finally set at a certain level, it is like becoming the current face of a person seen by a fortune teller. Chin Pingan, who had been throwing punches idly and walking calmly, frowned, and instantly shook his arms and shoulders, as if he wanted to shake off the foreign objects attached to his body. With just such a movement, gusts of wind are rolled over the ground like thunder, causing a large pit to expand more than several times, with a radius of tens of miles, almost flattened. As for the thunderstorms, they were scattered by Chin Pingan without any pain. Chin Pingan shook his sleeves, looked up at Ma Kuxuan who had walked to the cliffside. Ma Kuxuan's laughter came from beside his ears, accept it. Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, I heard that Chin Shanju likes to be a good person by reasoning the most in his life, so let you know the truth firmly, what is called a good person also needs to pay a price. Chin Pingan nodded and smiled, I like to hear this sentence. It turns out that you are not bragging, and you are indeed a confidant. Ma Kuxuan pointed to Chin Pingan's shoulder, everyone is a ghost on the back of a person, and there are ghosts on his back. I just manifested it. You have enough merits before, so of course you didn't notice it. This is weird. In the marketplace, there is often a saying that people who lack yang energy have chills in their necks and backs, and they always feel that there is something behind them. I don't know if it's a human or a ghost, right? Those people who have crossed the rivers and lakes and have blood on their hands are innumerable. At present, their bones are strong and their evil spirits are heavy, but it is nothing. Wait until they are old and weak, and their spirits are lacking, and then we will see what they are like. Those who walk the rivers and lakes, why do you keep saying that it is not a disaster? And family members, they want to come to wash their hands in a golden basin. Why are officials most afraid of being implicated in ransacking their homes? Those who died directly by your hands, those who died indirectly because of you, those who stopped at the Shujian Lake during their travels, and those who are resident in this great wall of sword chi, no matter whether they are damned, in vain, ghosts, etc., the demon gods, anyway, now it's on your back. Chin Pingan's knees were indeed bent slightly, and his figure was hunched, showing an overwhelmed posture, which was by no means a fake. Ma Kuxuan asked with a smile, have you ever seen the pain of carrying a husband through the mountains with your own eyes?